Mamta, you are not audible.
Seriously. So I was just completing the CV of Dr. Agarwal, and presently she is working as associate professor at the Department of Zoology, Kanoria PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur, and actively involved in research. She's a convener of Center of Career Guidance, Training and Placement. She's also working as the IQSC coordinator. Ma'am, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. The session would be chaired by Dr. Preeti Gupta. Dr. Gupta is an associate professor in the Department of Zoology at LBS Government College, Kottupati, Jaipur. She has a teaching experience of more than 28 years, and her research work includes anti-fertility facts of Mentha and uh, Vinca rosea in Swiss albino mice, and research project on toxic effect of toxic effluents on the physiology of earthworm. Dr. Gupta has also been the nodal officer for virtual labs of IIT Delhi and conducted workshop on virtual experiments. That's amazing. Trained the science faculty on the experiments available on virtual labs in different science subjects. She has also conducted massive training classes for the students to appraise them about virtual labs and their usage. She has delivered lectures on the use of ICT tools. She has also worked as a resource person for FDP organized by the Ramanujan College, Delhi, and delivered lectures on use of OBS, Google Slides, Google Classrooms, and plagiarism and latex in Hindi. Dr. Gupta was appointed as a subject monitor of zoology and botany in Yandu program of the College Education Jaipur, Rajasthan, and moderated a session in Gyan Sudha program of College Education Jaipur, Rajasthan. She has 20 research papers published in national and international journals with 3 reference books on immunology, biotechnology, and microbiology. She has also been an author of 3 subject modules of Bardhaman Kota Open University, Kota, that is again Rajasthan and India. मैम आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Now I would request Dr. Agarwal to start with her keynote address. Ma'am, stage is all yours.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mamta.
Diwan को pin up करो.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Good
Pleasure
noon
to
to
see you.
everyone. First of all, I congratulate the organizers, Dr. Mamta Sharma, Principal, RR College, Professor Hukum Singh, Dr. Rajendra Purohit, Advisor, and the entire team for organizing this wonderful initiative. I really thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. Now I want to present. This is not allowing me to present.
Help करो मुस्कान. Wait, we'll have technical help from here, Ranjana.
हम कहली नवाब साहब के चलू हमरा साथे. ई कस्तूरबा से खाली फोनो ले
म्यूट
लेबा.
करो ना सबको.
नहीं हम आओ जी, हमरा बाजार में काम बा.
अच्छे ले लो सामान. मसाला
Ma'am, kindly try again as we have now given the permission. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself as we can't hear you.
Okay. So let's redefining the science education in the light of NEP 2020. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Rajna. You are audible. Continue.
So today we are talking about redefining the science education in light of NEP. How do we define the education? What are those 4 pillars of education? According to UNESCO, it's about learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, learning to be. Learning to know whatever we have learned. This learning should not just acquisition of structured knowledge, but should be mastering learning too. Learning to do, that means learning by doing, equipping the students for a type of work which is needed presently and in the future. This leads to innovation and future work environments. Learning to live together and with others. This involves resolving conflicts peacefully. This encourages community capabilities, discovering other people and their culture. It includes individual competence and capacities, economic resilience, and social inclusion. Another segment is learning to be. This segment of education involves contribution to personal development. It involves intelligence of mind and body, sensitivity, aesthetic appreciation, and spirituality. Learning skills in isolation is not a viable approach in modern education. Presently, UG and PG students, they encounter frequent gaps in their knowledge because of lack of coordination and interaction between disciplines. These hiccups in education system could be overcome by implementing National Education Policy 2020, who advocates multidisciplinary approach of education. Multidisciplinary approach is one in which the same topic is studied from the viewpoint of more than one discipline. It helps in holistic development. It opens the door to different ideas and ways of understanding. It is not just an educational philosophy, but help you function in the professional world. Being able to communicate effectively with people across disciplines is integral to multidisciplinary learning. These skills will help you make connection, solve big problems, work synergistically with your peers. So it is a very powerful method of teaching which crosses the boundaries of discipline in order to enhance the scope and depth of learning. Now, how would you understand water from different perspectives? This is an example which we will take. If you ask a person of chemistry about this question, then they will explain water as water containing 2 molecules of hydrogen and 1 molecule of oxygen. And also the pH of water is neutral. But the same question, if we ask with a physicist, they would probably explain the theory of refraction, which is associated with water, concept of resonance, surface tension, etc. If the same question was posed to a biologist, they will explain it in terms of human body, that 70% of the human body is made up of water, and how it is an essential part of survival itself. And if the same question is asked to a musician, they will probably explain the sound associated with water, like soothing gurgle of stream or a loud, angry gushing sound of a waterfall that could be converted to appreciable tones. And if the same question is asked to an artist, they would describe the form they see, having ripples, being fluid in nature, transparent, and so on. So what I want to say is, every discipline observe the things in their own perspective, and they give explanation according to their perspectives. With today's evolving science and technology, there is a desperate need for retailoring science education. Whether biology or physics, chemistry or computing, mathematics or engineering, one should seek for interaction between disciplines, as the earlier sir also said this, that there should be a teamwork. And this is not only for the research level, but also at the teaching level. This interdisciplinary education in science, it supplies new resources for the progress of science and technology. And the key factor of this education are appreciation, association, application, integration, and transfer of knowledge. And through this interdisciplinary approach, students can experience the applicative part of what they are learning, and they also see the value for it. National Education Policy 2020 in higher education focuses towards a more holistic education. If we talk about NEP, it is truly progressive and is in tune with the theme and vision of Honorable Prime Minister. Teaching should be, it is not mere content delivery, should not be a content delivery. Personal relationship with the taught is also very, very important according to this policy. It enhances teacher-student relationship. It improves and motivates student attitude. NEP 2020 also emphasizes on importance of strong learning. Education should make the person self-reliant and selfless, and it should be able to accomplish and fulfill the desire of the person along with maintaining the value system. And here the role of the teacher becomes very important and crucial. According to NEP, teaching and education should be able to meet the appreciation and goals of 21st century while remaining consistent with Indian traditions and value system. So this NEP is holistic, equitable, inclusive, and integrated. Now, what a teacher is expected to do? Mostly, you will doing remembering and explain ideas or concept to make a student understand, so that they can apply that information in the new situation, helping them to analyze and evaluate the student, what they understand, and create the knowledge or new original work. That's what the Bloom's taxonomy says. That is, teacher evolve and help the student to understand and create the knowledge. NEP expects from all the teachers to work towards more holistic education, which gives positive learning outcome. Creativity and innovation will be increased. Critical thinking and high order thinking capacities, problem solving abilities, teamwork should be increased, and improves communication skills. This is the shift which NEP proposes. This slide shows the power of observation, which generates the new concept in genetics and evolution. Mendelian genetics, they came into play after Mendel's observation and hypothesis he proposes on its observation. Similarly, the Charles Darwin laid the foundation of evolution. So the observation and perseverance are powerful tools during education. Addressing a problem by bringing knowledge of different fields together may allow us to study the same problem or concept from different disciplinary perspectives and help us to understand in better or in a more holistic way. It leads us to novel solutions and advances science and gave rise to useful technology which did not exist before. Although this approach is not new in science. Let's understand this with some examples. Consider one of the greatest scientific discovery of 20th century, that is elucidation of DNA structure. This discovery was only made possible through the contribution of many physicists, chemists, and biologists. A biochemist, Phoebus Levine, they first discovered nucleotides, which are made up of phosphate, nitrogenous bases, and sugar, which forms the backbone of the DNA molecule. Another biochemist, Erwin Chargaff, discovered the 4 nucleotides, adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine, which were arranged in a specific linear sequence in each DNA strand, like beads in a necklace. Then a chemist, Rosalind Franklin, and a physicist and molecular biologist, Maurice Wilkins, they first observed or they obtained a clear X-ray crystallographic image of the DNA. X-ray crystallographic, it is a technique to study the crystal structure, and they study the DNA structure. And the combined efforts of all these, which was done by James Watson, who is a biologist, and Francis Crick, who is a physicist, to put all these evidences and discover the 3-dimensional double helical structure of DNA. Another very useful innovation is discovering the artificial arm or legs for the soldiers and other people who have lost their limbs in war or through accidents. Developing artificial limb, which can function just like a natural ones, it requires an understanding of the biological structure and the function of that organ. It also requires the knowledge of the material which is available or which should be used for the reconstruction of the limb. Expertise with electronic and computer programming is also very important to make it functional. So this involves the coordination and knowledge of different disciplines. And today the scientists, they are even studying neurons and their network in the human brain so that they can build complex machines that can learn and perform complex tasks. Another case study on medical physics is, it is known that radiation oncologists, they treat cancer patients using radiation. We can ask, why is radiation useful in treating cancer cells? So the answer to this question is, the medical physicist, future medical physicist, they should have the knowledge on cancer cell biology. That means from the cell biology course, as to know how the cell respond to the effect of radiation and also about different types of radiation. Since they affect the cells differently, that is radiation physics, and eventually to put these information together, that comes under radiation biology. So this is the connection between different disciplines. This helps students to understand the applicative side of the study and benefit them to reach the higher scale. These are some scientists, like in 2019, REPCO, they assess the interdisciplinary instruction, foster advances in the cognitive ability of the student. Other researchers says that this help in gain in critical thinking, tolerance to ambiguity, recognition of bias, and an appreciation for ethical concern. This slide shows some of the benefits of interdisciplinary learning. This learning increases critical thinking and problem-solving skills of the student. It is highly engaging. It highlights learner strength. It opens the door for the students to develop interest in a variety of content areas so that they can easily connect all these areas together and take out something which is very fruitful. It is student-centric. It increases cognitive gain, and it is authentic real-life learning. Most importantly, the higher education institutes has important role in educational arena, which fosters discovery, growth, and most important, to keep the flame of interest ignited in students. As today's student, they are more aware, decisive, and responsible for their own future. This can be achieved only through multidisciplinary approach. These are some of the references. And finally, I end up my say with the word that only through interdisciplinary education of science, or you can say the teamwork, one can achieve high standards and broader vision upon the emerging research area. And this is the time to think and rethink. Thank you.
Ma'am, is everything okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am.
So, thank you. I have finished my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjana. That was wonderful. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. P.T. Gupta, chairperson of the session, to sum up the session. Dr. P.T. Gupta.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. Respected patron and principal, sir, organizing secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma and her team. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. And dear participants, it is indeed a pleasure and great opportunity to chair this second session of International Seminar on Multidisciplinary Approach towards Science and Education. It was a pleasure to hear you, Dr. Ranjana, a dear friend and colleague. As introduced by Dr. Mamta, Ranjana ma'am is an eminent zoologist working and teaching and researching since last 25 years and now working as an associate professor of zoology in Kanodia Girls College, Jaipur. In your talk on redefining the science education in light of new education policy 2020, it was a very nice talk, Ranjana. I can see so many compliments and participants enjoyed listening to you. I thank you for such an informative talk. In your talk, you first discussed the four pillars of education. You discussed the multidisciplinary approach of learning methods, which is indeed the need of the hour. As you said, there is a desperate need for retailoring the science education, not only at research level, but also at the teaching levels. NEP's 2020, that is National Education Policy 2020, focuses on holistic education. You gave us an idea of Bloom's taxonomy, which is a set of hierarchical models used for classification of education and learning objectives. You enhanced your talk with a number of examples, which indeed made your talk very interesting, and not only interesting, also easy to understand. You also mentioned the benefits of interdisciplinary learning, which include critical thinking, highly engaging, student-centric, highlighting learners' strength, which is indeed very true. Thank you, Ranjana, for such an informative and enlightening talk. Thank you. And thanks a lot to Dr. Mamta for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a ton. It was wonderful participating and being a member of this international conference. Thanks a ton.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Gupta. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving your valuable time to talk in ISMSE 2022. It was great pleasure to hear you to talk about redefining the education and science. It was quite apparent. You can see in the slides that how people are appreciating you, that how every single person, including me, here was engrossed in your talk. And trust me, there is much more to learn from you. And I look forward to meet you again. Thank you so much, Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Thank you so much. So there is a change in our program. Dr. Abhishek Mehta has been a bit occupied with some classes. So we will be going directly to Dr. Rashmi Tyagi. Unmute him. Unmute Dr. Ajay. Dr. Ajay, if you want to talk something, you can unmute yourself.
No, it's okay, ma'am. Now I'll be chairing now.
Yeah, there is a bit change, and Dr. Abhishek Mehta would be coming after some time. So we are waiting for Dr. Rashmi Tyagi to join us.
Then I will be chairing this session or the next session.
You will be chairing the session of Dr. Abhishek Mehta.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Put something. Please bear with us. Dr. Tyagi will be joining us very soon. And Chairperson? Shashi.
Okay. It is my pleasure to
Let me, yes.
Okay,
Dr.
can you
Tyagi,
hear me?
Let me introduce.
Am I
Yes,
visible?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. And
So let me introduce you, Dr. Tyagi, first.
okay,
if you
fine.
give me permission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. Now it's time for our third keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Rashmi Tyagi, who is from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Uttarakhand, India. Dr. Rashmi Tyagi is a science communicator who is a highly qualified and experienced educator. She has been in the field of education from last 25 years. She has done a graduation from DHU and post-graduation and PhD in chemistry from IIT Roorkee. She's a gold medalist at B.Ed and did M.Ed from Mumbai University. She takes keen interest in research work. She has held diverse positions in the academic arena. She has taught chemistry at degree level in the prestigious universities like MS University Baroda and University of Mumbai. She has developed professional competencies through training programs at IIM. She has attended numerous orientation programs and workshops in the field of teaching and learning science. She has attended CBSE principal training programs at IIM and NCERT. She has also presented her papers in various fields like chemistry, environmental science, rural agriculture practices, innovative teaching methods, nanotechnology, pedagogy. She has brought tremendous change in many rural schools and environments. She is organizing camps for spreading awareness among rural women about breast cancer and health consciousness. She has taken up Save the Cow project in a CBSE school. She is giving trainings to teachers and students regarding scientific skills, life skills, adolescent education, work education, problem solving skills, and stress management. She has received Ideal Principal Award in Educationist for the year Award 2012. For the past 10 years, she is working on the scientific awareness in rural areas of Maharashtra and has launched a project on indigenous advantages of cow urine and dung sponsored by Malshes Niketan, Mumbai. This session would be chaired by Dr. Shashi Verma, who is the Associate Professor of Political Science at Government Maharani Sudarshana College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. Dr. Shashi Verma is MA, MPhil, and PhD in Political Science. Currently, she is posted as Associate Professor at Government MS College, Bikaner. She has been awarded the State Level Teachers Award in 2020 by the Department of Higher Education, Government of Rajasthan for academic work and social concern. One of her papers has been awarded the Best Paper Award. She has authored Status of Girl Workers in UGC project, Bikaner. Dr. Shashi Verma has published 8 book chapters and 30 research papers in various international and national journals on contemporary topics. She has actively participated in 48 international and national conferences, seminars, and workshops. That's a big number. She has given many lectures in OTS, discussions in All India Radio, chaired in many educational and social programs as a chief guest. 24 students have written dissertation under her guidance, and currently 2 research fellows are doing PhD under her supervision. She has played an active role in organizing 3 international conferences and 2 national seminars as a member of the organizing committee. She has been honored by the national and international organizations for her academic achievement and social service. डॉक्टर त्यागी एंड डॉक्टर वर्मा, आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। और अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ डॉक्टर रश्मि त्यागी से, सर मैम प्लीज काइंडली स्टार्ट विद योर कीनोट एड्रेस। स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स डॉक्टर त्यागी।
ओके
मैम।
यस, आप सबको नमस्कार, and it is really my privilege that today I am invited with a great from the great university college, and our audience is the cream because they are the academicians, students, and maybe the knowledgeable people. So I want to just welcome them, and I want to felicitate them today on this occasion when we are going to discuss a topic which is for the 21st century, and that is the multidisciplinary teaching and learning. And it is for everyone from pre-primary to the highest level of engineering or medical. And we were talking about all the eminent speakers about these things. As I am connected with the higher education, as well as I'm working as a director principal in the schools, CBSE schools, and there is so much change in our teaching learning styles as per the NEP 2020. Therefore, it is an amalgamation and it is an integration, what we are going to discuss today, that we have to incorporate many subjects in one theme. And now I will just ask you whether I'm audible and my PPT is visible to you. Please let me know, Muskan.
Ma'am, you're audible. Ma'am, you're audible, but the PPT is not yet visible.
Yeah,
It is not visible. Okay, just a minute. I will try. If it will not be visible, then I will talk on my own.
Okay, ma'am.
So first, let me try it if it is visible.
Otherwise, you can send it to us, ma'am. We will show it for you.
But it is very long. I will try to send it also because this is a digital age and we can, we are having such glitches and how we are facing the glitches. Now, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's coming. Yes.
Thank you so much. So, Muskan, you have to help me with that.
Oh, no worries about that.
Okay, visible to everyone? Could I start it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So first, I'll go back to this slide where, I was working in a, rural school, and it was my pleasure. And there we had lots of agricultural land. And there I have taken up this project about cow, which is a multidisciplinary project. And you can see that we are plowing the field with the help of a tractor and all that. And I don't want to say much about, the cow, but I always talk to the students that when we are saying that save the tiger, then why don't we say that we have to save the cow? Because cow is giving us milk and we are dependent on cow from the first day we are born. So we should try to look after this and we have to feed the cow and we have to give her water and all that. And then how we can make it interesting for the students, and see in, as per NEP, we should have the research-based teaching learning right from the pre-primary. So this project is very much helpful in telling us that because we can include all the subjects which are being taught, Hindi, English, the literature subjects, the science subject, the social science subject, and even we can include music, dance, and sports. So that way it is an interdisciplinary topic to talk about the cow. So first, we can just know about what is the mythology. We can integrate the subject mythology also here. And why save the cow? See, you can even, if you want, you can read it, or I will tell you that what it gives us. The cow gives us so much, and he made the National Archives, what is given, that only a sketch of a calf and cow on the third page, but also notes on the scientific and logical benefits of preserving this animal. The cow gives us so much example, the milk, the fertilizers, the medicinal urine, and so on and so forth. Then why should not we save the cow? So that way you have seen the fertilizers, the milk, the medicine. So you are seeing the integration on your own, that how much integration is there and how the cow nourishes us. And medicine, agriculture, energy also. See, you can see the integration, medicines, agriculture, and energy. That means biogas, fertilizer also we make from the cow dung. And that is the natural fertilizer. And we are doing lots of this kind of agriculture only these days, where we should not use the chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides. So lots of integration is taking place, but then, we are not giving that much importance to the cow. And our integration of various subjects within the project Save the Cow. So we should be able to understand the relevance of integration with respect to languages. I will let you know how. Environmental studies, mathematics, social studies, performing art, visual art, values and attitudes, and skills for the primary and secondary classes. So how we can do it? See, the children, they can talk about their cow. So
In the beginning only, we asked them to write something about cow, a small essay about cow, because cow is such a kind animal and everybody knows the milk comes from the cow. So that way, it is very much known to the children. So suppose it is for the primary, then the primary curriculum has given due importance to the study of animals. We can do multidisciplinary integration here by making the children study comparative account of life history of the cycles of different animals. See, how can we integrate in this only? That life skills of other animals also we can very well integrate, like the butterfly. We can show the life cycle of the cow, we can show the life cycle of the butterfly, and then we can show the life cycle of the hen also. So that way we can have a good integration in the life cycle as well. And now we come to the dairy industry. And dairy industry is not the topic for the small children. It is the topic for finance and for entrepreneurs and whatnot. Because the dairy, it is having lots of money. You know about Amul butter. And in Gujarat, Anand, we have got such a big dairy and we have taken our students there. So how much they can learn, you know, that how the milk is pasteurized and how the different types of, you know, butters, the ghee and the sweets and yogurt and so many things. So you can see lots of integration here, and not only for the children, but for the people in the higher standards, even in the colleges. We should teach them about this thing, that integration, that maybe they have done MBA, but if they have to go to the industry where the milk is being produced, dairy industry, and if they go for the advertising industry, like in Amul, the advertisers are there. So in the higher classes, you know, in advertising, they have to, you know, just look at the Amul advertisement. I don't have to say anything more about it. And now it's a beautiful picture. Who doesn't know about this beautiful picture? Yashoda Maya is churning milk. And then, you know, baby Krishna is just looking at her. And how much you can integrate. First of all, I'll come to the engineering. You can see this pot, which is designed by an engineer. And it is a wooden pot. And inside this, what do we have? We have the milk. And what kind of science is there? When the Yashoda Maya is churning the milk, then inside the science, lots of science is happening. And what is that science? I think all of you have just guessed it. What is there? We are having centrifugal force. And so that, you know, the curd and, you know, the you call it, whatever you call it. So that thing is there. So that way, you know, the science is there. So we have integrated the engineering, we have integrated the science, and now we are going to integrate other things also, that is the art. This pot, it is having such a beautiful design, and, you know, this picture, we can ask the students to make this picture. So that picture tells us about the visual art. You can make a painting. That is the visual art. And now you can see, we can even have the emotional quotient here. It is the love of a mother for the child. So that is the emotional, you know, quotient also you can teach student, because that is very important. These days, you know, emotional quotient is much more important than the intelligence question. Getting the marks is okay. It is on the result card. But then if something happens, then whether you have balance in your balance of emotions, when you are just interacting with the team, are you able to make the emotional contact with everyone in the society also? So that also we can explain from this picture. So this picture is multidisciplinary. which we can't even visually appreciate. But we can see that engineering, the art, the science, and even other disciplines can be matched with this. So that is the picture. And so in this, whatever I have told you just now, centrifugal force, designing machine skill, beautiful painting, visual arts, painting skills, depicting the story of Yashodama and Balakrishna, mythology, expression of love between mother and child, emotional skills, a beautiful example of integration of different subjects with knowledge and skills. And then we have got the children will be asked to draw and paint an advertisement. Now, see, I'm talking of the highest, college students. But of course, I'm talking in terms of the small children also, that the children will be asked to draw and paint an advertisement to convey the cow butter is good for health with catchy slogans. So slogan making is also there in the language of their choice. The teachers will interact together and organize art cum slogan writing competition for children. Why only in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th? Why not in the college? Why not in the primary and secondary sections? So this is a multidisciplinary project, and that is the need of the hour today, the multidisciplinary things, because even if the students after passing from MBA, they are going to the big industries, then they have to, just multidisciplinary, because there are so many disciplines in this dairy industry also, so many disciplines are there. So we have to tell, okay, so it is ready for you, the Amul सफलता की कहानी. All of you know, आप सबको पता है कि जब भी आप कहीं जा रहे होते हैं या अखबार में या मैगजीन में, एडवर्टीजमेंट में, जब आप इतना सुंदर सा प्यारा सा एडवर्टीजमेंट देखते हैं, so your attraction is there. So whoever has made this beautiful advertisement, it means that it is so catchy and you love Amul butter. I think there is some contribution of this advertisement also, right? So the advertisement, advertising has also come into the cow, and now integration of visual arts and languages. So the visual arts, you can see she's someone has drawn this. So drawing is important, and then what they have written, taste tube baby Amul. So that kind of ideas should come in your mind. So when we are going to teach the students, I have taken the example of cow, which is non-political from my side, and we are talking only of the good things about it. And I am also requesting you that we are going to make the awareness campaign also for the children, that why shouldn't we save the cow? If we are going to save the tiger, if we are going to save the wildlife, if we are going to save the sea, sea life, what is the life inside the sea, the fishes and all those, then why don't we say that we should save the cow also, because it is so much of benefit to us. And now the vocabulary language module, children will write all the words related to milk products, butter, cheese, curd, cake, pastry, and all that, and they have to write the poetry. The children will learn to recite and write the poems. No, don't take the poems from the books. Don't take from the internet. If you are older children, then you write your own poem, and then we'll watch the video of हीरा मोती. अब देखिए, इतने बड़े थे हमारे श्री प्रेमचंद्र, उनसे बड़ा कोई कहानीकार नहीं हुआ. अगर उन्होंने गाय के बारे में इतनी अच्छी कहानी लिख दी है, हीरा मोती का नाम तो आपने सुना ही होगा. मैं आपको इसका वीडियो नहीं दिखाऊंगी, आप ही खुद जाकर देखिएगा कि दो बैल थे और वो अपने मालिक से कितना प्रेम करते थे कि वो इतनी परेशानी उठाने के बाद भी मालिक के पास लौट आए. मालिक ने उन्हें भेजा था क्योंकि मालिक बहुत गरीब था. तो इस तरह की कहानियां प्रेमचंद ने लिखी है, और ये सारी कहानी द इमोशनल अटैचमेंट बिटवीन द एनिमल्स एंड द मैन, because we are talking of save the wildlife. So when we are talking of save the wildlife, save the animals, then we should connect them together, and that is given by Hira Moti's story. So that way we can save the animals created by God, climate change, and all those things. So through cow we can do. And see, I will not take your time. to just start. Muskan, I cannot play this, or I should play it because you can see it also. Is it fine? So I will not play it because that will, we have to just go further. So हीरा मोती की कहानी आप लोग सब सुन सकते हैं. तो हम अगली बार, now come on, we are talking of the moral of the story. हीरा मोती पढ़ने के बाद में what is the moral of the story, आप अंग्रेजी में भी कर सकते हैं, किसी भी लैंग्वेज में. So it is the integration of language. It has become multidisciplinary. What is the moral of the story? What are the values learned from the story? See, values and attitudes have become of foremost importance these days. And after Corona, people have learned these things, the values. So we will ask the children and they will write, and that way we will teach them the morale. What are the life skills learned? And because there were so many life skills, we are talking of the life skills like social skills, emotional skills, and all these skills. So if we are giving them some stories, such a good story, then they will be learning so many things from the story, and then they will become a good human being for the society, where they will love the human beings and they will love the animals also. They write the summary of the story, because report writing is so important these days in whichever discipline you are. So if we are giving the children to write the summary, it is good. Now draw the painting of Hira Moti bull and color. And now the most of the teaching learning is taking place through the role plays these days. So we are asking the children to read a story and then present it, like a play. And even they can make it a presentation. So they are presentation and they are giving digitally to the class. So that way we are integrating the digital things also, like computer and all these things. So we are not even writing it. We are not only telling it, but we are using the digital platform to enact it, or maybe to describe it, or to say it. Now, this is a Panch Gavya. And here also I will again say that what I am telling you, it is not about the school, but it is about college. It is about the society. All these things I'm integrating together. All of you know, milk, curd, ghee, cow urine, gomutra, gobar, cow dung. So they are so important for us. And cow urine is a medicinal thing. And our students in my school, they have, done the distillation of the cow urine. Because we were having agriculture, we were having the cows, and they have done the, these natural fertilizers, you can say, composting. They have done the composting also. So much, big industries and big things are coming out of this cow, which we feel, okay, what we are going to learn about cow. So you have seen that what are we learning about the cow. Now, so, if you tell even the college children that why don't you take the milk, then they will not take other liquors and other cold drinks in which lots of preservative is there. And then milk products, all of you just know about it. And why not in a school or in a college, we should organize such kind of things where we are sharing such good things. Maybe we can invite the parents and ask them to prepare something from the cow milk and then enjoy it, because it is good for health. It is very tasty, as well as it is very good for health. So we should organize such things in the society in collaboration with the colleges, the parents, and everybody. So it is going to be quite interesting. Yummy milk products. And birthdays you cannot make without the milk products, the cream, the butter, and the milk and all that, So it is so important. And dairy products and the milk products, all of you know. So this is a business, the entrepreneurship has come. And now you can encourage not only the children, elders also, to take such, a glass of milk and all that. Now, activity 2 for children and parents, to organize an activity with the parents to celebrate the occasions by preparing milk products. This is what I have told you. Teachers may organize a talk for parents in school by dietitian for emphasizing health benefits of milk products. Why only in schools? Why not in your colleges and in your canteens? In your canteens, you can ask them to organize such talks, the health benefits, because NEP we are talking of, health and hygiene. That is important. Values and attitudes, ethics and integrity, and life skills and competency-based education and all those things. So that is in NEP, and that is the 2021 decade. We are doing all these things. And see, activity organized the excursion to big dairy industry. Why not the college students? They should also visit it. And it was so wonderful. We had gone to RA Milk. It is in Mumbai, and how the packets were being readied and how they were coming. It was very interesting, and there was engineering into it, and there was science into it, and I say the arts also into it, the way it was being done. And excursion we can do for all students. And now the mathematics and scientific concepts integrated with animals. Okay, so mathematics also we can do, I will let you know. And now the cow shed, we can take them to cow shed, and how we can make a cow shed, very important. I mean, very neat and clean, because we are getting milk out of it. It is not for India, but in India we should also make such things. And now we can integrate the wheel with the bulls, and in transportation. So the wheel was such a great discovery, and today it is everywhere. It is in all kind of big industries. The wheels are there in transport industry, the cars, and the cycles, the bicycles, and in any big factory also the wheel is moving. In turbines also wheel is moving. So it is an integration of SST. In SST we talk of the transport, the social sciences. So we can talk of the integration of the wheels with the bulls, the cow, and the life cycle I talked to you about. So we can compare, and this is for butterfly, this is for hen, and this we will not show here, but we'll get the idea. Now, to draw the picture of calf in the given grid, I'm going to show you that how the geometry they may learn. Children may copy the exact shape of an object from one grid to another. Children may even enlarge the given picture from one grid to another. This activity shows an integration between geometry and visual art. And so the enlargement also, so much we can do. So mathematics also we can do. And see, this is a grid, and then they can enlarge this way. A cow also they may enlarge. And now such a beautiful thing. When we talk of interdisciplinary integration between dance and tabla by Guru Uma Sharma, you might have heard, and I have seen it. I have seen her on 2 occasions in Lucknow and Dehradun. And the tabla, जो तबला वादक थे, वो जैसा तबला बजाते थे, वो अपने घुंघरू से, पैरों के घुंघरू से जो है उसको सेम तरीके से करती थी. नल बंद कीजिए. उसको सेम तरीके से करती थी. And that way, it is a beautiful integration between music and dance. So I'm telling it is multidisciplinary. So it has to be like that. And so all these beautiful examples, and even, such big tabla वादक कितने लोग हैं, और जो एक दूसरे के साथ म्यूजिक इंस्ट्रूमेंट में भी इतनी अच्छी वो कर लेते हैं इंटीग्रेशन, तो वो इतना खूबसूरत लगता है कि वही वो लोग दिखाते हैं कि सितार का तबला से कैसे करेंगे, या पियानो अकॉर्डियन का किसी और से कैसे करेंगे. तो इस तरह की बहुत सी बातें. तो इंटीग्रेशन तो ऑलरेडी हमारे पास था ही, अब हम इसको मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी को अभी बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये तो बहुत पहले से ही था. और अब देखिए, expressing the concept through foot tapping dance based on counts. So they can learn mathematics also and even the small children, they can learn, tables also and we have done these things in our school also. So what we are doing right now, we are integrating sports also, the sports teacher. So we are going to make it multi-dimensional as well as multidisciplinary, and that is the need of the hour. And I have taken the example of a cow. You can take the example of such things. I've told you about the music, and I want to tell you about orchestra also. If you have listened to Zubin Mehta, then you might have seen, okay, if you have not attended his, a real-time this thing, but you can see it. How many, musicians are participating, 100 musicians are participating, and they are having the different, musical instruments. And that is why the beauty, and you want to listen it again and again. So that is the beauty of the multidisciplinary, or whatever you can do. So all these people, from the musical industry, from they are doing all this integration. Already they were doing, and now we are doing, saying that we will do it right now. Now marching, integrating physical education with mathematics. This is what I was telling you. So they'll be so happy when the sports teacher and maths teacher will be taking them outside. शांति निकेतन में जैसे पेड़ों के नीचे पढ़ाई होती थी, और बच्चों को, और कितने बड़े बड़े लोग वहां से पढ़े हैं, और हमारे इतने बड़े रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर, उन्होंने इस तरह की पढ़ाई के बारे में बोला था। तो उन्होंने भी मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी, इतने बड़े बड़े लोगों के नाम जुड़ते जा रहे हैं जब हम मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी की बात कर रहे हैं, एंड दैट इज द ब्यूटी। ओके, नाउ म्यूजिक। अभी देखिए फोटो कैसा है मुझे नहीं पता, नंदी बुल के बारे में यू माइट हैव हर्ड, ऑल ऑफ यू, नंदी बुल। एंड महाराष्ट्र में हमने गांव के स्कूल में इनको बुलाया था। ये लोग नंदी बुल को ले जाते हैं, एंड आई टेल यू दैट नंदी बुल कैन डांस। कैसे वो डांस कराते हैं, वो थोड़ा थोड़ा सा उछलता है, थोड़ा अपने पैर ऊपर नीचे करता है। तो बैल ने, जो काव के ही मेल हैं, वो कितना अच्छा डांस कर लेते हैं। और महाराष्ट्र में जो है बहुत ही अच्छा एक गाना भी इसके साथ जुड़ा है कि भोला भोलानाथ नाचे एंड ऑल दैट। सो और हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में नंदी बुल की पूजा की जाती है। देखिए माइथोलॉजी से, शिव भगवान से हमने इनको जोड़ दिया। तो इस तरह से बच्चे क्यों ना काऊ की सेवा करेंगे, वो क्यों ना गाय के सेवक बनेंगे और एक एनिमल को बचाएंगे, जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, एक एनिमल को बचाना, जो आज की सबसे बड़ी the need of the hour is that. Children to perform Nandi Bull dance as done in Maharashtra or any other parts of the country. और जगह कुछ और होता होगा। And ये देखिए काफ द लिटिल वन, उसका फोटो बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब हम ये वाला सीन देखते हैं। और इसमें तो मैं आपसे एक ही बात कहना चाहूंगी कि गाय के बच्चे को पूरा दूध मिलना चाहिए, सारा दूध हमें उसका नहीं छीनना चाहिए। देखिए कितनी बड़ी वैल्यू है जो हम बता रहे हैं इनके थ्रू। और देखिए हमारे ये स्कूल के बच्चे हैं, वो बछड़े को दूध पिला रहे हैं। तो ये वैल्यूज क्या हमें नहीं देनी चाहिए अपने बच्चों को, चाहे वो कॉलेजेस के हो, चाहे वो हमारे छोटे बच्चे हों स्कूल के, और चाहे वो हमारे देश के नागरिक हों, उन सबको हमें ये बात बतानी चाहिए कि हमें इन इतनी अच्छी जो गाय की प्रजाति जाति है, इसको हमें कंजर्व करना है, इसको हमें बचाना है। तो दैट वे ओनली आई विल सिंग। देखिए हमारी टीचर हैं, दे आर मिल्किंग द काउस। तो काउ की मिल्किंग बड़े शहरों के बच्चों के लिए तो बड़ी अजूबा सी चीज होती है। उनको तो लगता है कि पैकेट में ही दूध आता है, उन्हें थोड़ी पता है कि गाय का दूध कैसे निकालते हैं। तो ये सारी बातें भी इस मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी प्रोजेक्ट में हम बच्चों को सिखाते हैं। हमारे गाँव में उनके पास था ये सब। और देखिए फिर हम उनको एक डेयरी में ले गए, क्योंकि डेयरी में दूध निकालने की मशीन होती है। मैं अपने बच्चों को लेकर गई थी वहां पर, तो वो मशीन को देखा। देखिए फिर इंजीनियरिंग आ गई, फिर मैकेनिकल थिंग्स आ गई, और ये स्टील केमिस्ट्री भी आ गई। ये स्टील का बना हुआ जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट है और कैसे बनाया है, डिजाइनिंग, सब चीज आ गई। तो ये तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो गया। देखिए बच्चे खुद ही दूध निकालने की कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं हमारे बच्चे। और कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ मिल्क, देखिए वो भी बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। एंड आई हैव प्रेजेंटेड अ पेपर ऑन द यूरिन benefits of urine in the Indian Science Congress Association, Mysore, कि यूरिन में which are the medicinal properties. तो कहने का मतलब कि you can, just stretch it, this topic to save the cow for this much. And देखिए यहाँ पर लेक्टोमीटर से ये लोग दूध को नाप रहे हैं. हमारे गांव में ये जो दूध के जहाँ पर ये दूध बेचते हैं वहां पर लेक्टोमीटर से इसकी प्योरिटी नाप रहे हैं, जिससे पता लग जाएगा कि दूध में कितना पानी मिला हुआ है. तो वहां भी हम बच्चों को ले गए. और इसके बाद ग्रोइंग फॉडर इन द स्कूल फील्ड, हमारे बच्चों ने, देखिए ये मैंने पहले भी दिखाया था, हमारा पीछे स्कूल आपको दिखाई पड़ रहा है और बच्चे और हम लोग मिलकर इसकी प्लॉइंग कर रहे हैं, बच्चे काम कर रहे हैं. देखिए यहाँ पर फिजिकल एजुकेशन भी आ जाती है, एग्रीकल्चर भी आ जाती है. तो कभी अगर कोई ये कहता है कि कोई एक अकेला सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाना है तो वो बिल्कुल गलत होता है. हमें यही कहना चाहिए कि हम मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग करें. देखिए कितने अच्छा फॉडर है, और ये फॉडर ये गांव के स्कूल में हमने बच्चों को केयर करना बताया. और हम डेयरी में ले गए, वहां पर भी हमारे बच्चों ने आर्ट इंटीग्रेशन भी किया. सो दैट वे लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. एंड उन्होंने साइंस क्लब में ये देखिए यहाँ पर हमें देख सकते हैं एक बुफेलो जब निकल रही है, एक बुफेलो जब निकलती है, वहां का बाथरूम धो दो चाहो तो, नहीं तो तुम चले जाओ. सो बुफेलो जो है उसको हम नहला रहे हैं यहाँ पर. तो बच्चों ने ये भी देखा कि किस तरीके से, देखिए यहाँ पर एक मशीन डिवाइस की गई है, तो उससे ये लोग इस तरह से नहला भी सकते हैं काव को. तो बच्चों को क्या क्या सीखने को मिला है. तो उसमें सेव द काव के अंदर बहुत कुछ इन्होंने वहां पर जाके, और देखिए ये इन्होंने कैसे कंपोस्टिंग करी है काउ डंग का, और ये कैसे फर्टिलाइजर बनाया. और उस डेयरी में सब कुछ हो रहा था. इट इज अ बिग इंडस्ट्री, डेयरी. Why we say that if we are teaching the NEP 2020 for the just primary children, secondary children, I say it is for the children who are going for so many things, advertising industry, and for this composting industry where the fertilizers and all these are made. And then in dairy also there are so many things which are being prepared, and the cleanliness, our students are cleaning. And then they had made cow dung cake. वो हम छोटा सा बनाते हैं ना, जिससे कि आग में हम जलाते हैं, इन्होंने देखिए बनाया है. तो बच्चों की एक्टिविटी भी कितनी अच्छी हो गई. और इस पर इन्होंने कुछ और भी बनाया. देखिए उसको नीचे चूल्हे में लगाया है और इस पर कुछ बना रहे हैं ये लोग. तो बच्चों को इतना सारा एक्टिविटीज, एंड आफ्टर दैट लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स सो आई थिंक वी शुड जस्ट ट्राई टू हमें गाय को बचाना चाहिए. देखिए इतनी सारी चीजें, ये गाय के गोबर को कैसे एक जगह इकट्ठा किया गया है. सो दैट्स ऑल इन दिस पीपीटी. एंड आई थिंक अभी एक देखिए मिठाई भी यहाँ पर बनी थी. ये जो इंडस्ट्री थी यहाँ पर मिठाई भी बनाई गई थी, और बच्चों ने वो देखा, मिठाई खाई, और उसके कितने केजी का कितना वो मैथमेटिक्स में उन्होंने वो भी लगाया कि किस तरह से, किस हिसाब से हमें दूध को, हाउ वी हैव टू सेल इट इन हाउ मेनी रुपीज विद केजी एंड ऑल दैट. सो मैथमेटिक्स भी उनको सीखने को मिला. बहुत कुछ उन्हें वहां पर सीखने के लिए मिला. सो लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स वर लर्न्ड. So this I have already shown you, and now I think I've talked enough. So Muskan, you can just remove this PPT, stop sharing the PPT right now, and if I have time then I will talk more, and if there is no time then we can go to the next speaker. Hello Muskan, can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, it was so wonderful. If you want to talk something else, you can talk for 5 minutes.
Please stop sharing, and if still
we'll just stop sharing the slide. Stop sharing the slide.
If still time is there, I can talk for another 5 minutes to throw more light.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, okay, fine. Have you stopped sharing? Am I visible?
We have stopped.
Am I visible to you?
Yes.
Okay. So I can just talk for another 5 minutes about the integration. The time allows me. Hello, Muskan.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, okay. So all of you can see me on the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Now, see, multidisciplinary, I'll give you one more example. The example of the great Taj Mahal monument in our country. All of you know about multidisciplinary, monument, and how it is multidisciplinary. I will let you know. So it is so beautiful. So beauty is already there. And it is made up of what? It is made up of calcium carbonate. So the chemistry comes here that time, when it was built, then how much, the chemistry they might have used, what kind of process, and how this, you can say sange marmar and marble they might have collected at one place. So I will change it to the STEAM project also. STEAM is a multidisciplinary project. S stands for science, T stands for technology, E stands for, English or any subject, and A stand for arts, and M stand for maths. So it is that kind of this thing. So I told you chemistry and the technology. That time there was a technology. That time, not today's digital technology, but definitely something was there when the pyramids were made and when Taj Mahal was built. And so the technology was there. And then, we had the arts also, engineering also, E for English and engineering also, because such a big monument cannot be made, cannot be built without having the engineering and maybe architecture, maybe a wonderful architecture, the drawings, the arts, and the measurements. Measurements are so important. So it was multidisciplinary that way, engineering was there and art was there, not only in the form of such a beautiful building, but there is one campus around it, a garden around that building. And it's a beautiful garden. And then in the, moonlight, it looks so beautiful. Many people take the pictures. Many people, they make the paintings of that. And, the films were made, Taj Mahal. आपने उस पिक्चर का नाम जरूर सुना होगा और उसमें इतने अच्छे गाने हैं, तो आर्ट आ गई कि किस तरह से ताजमहल के ऊपर इतनी कहानियां, इतने किस्से और इतनी फिल्में बन गई और सबको ही अच्छा लगता है. सबके घर में एल्बम में जरूर कोई ना कोई फोटोग्राफ होगी ताजमहल से रिलेटेड. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक ऑफ मैथ्स, एंड without maths, how could one make such a beautiful, monument, a building? It is a gigantic building. So the maths was there, and they might have taken so many, calculations they might have done, and they have taken so many measurements. So it is the STEAM. What is STEAM? It is interdisciplinary project. Nowadays, in India also it is becoming popular, but in foreign lands, in the education field, it is very popular. And you can go to the internet and you can see. And when we are asking the school students, secondary, senior secondary, then when they go to the colleges and when they go for the interviews, then they tell us that this STEAM project or multidisciplinary teaching learning has helped them in the interviews also, because they could talk, in such a big spectrum about connecting one thing with the other. So multidisciplinary was there, and it has come again, and it is being introduced in the schools and colleges, and we all should go with it. And the next decade also, we will see lots of interdisciplinary things, because when a student is going to, take up a job in a, big company, then he should have the multidisciplinary talent. First, he should know what he has learned. If he has learned engineering, then he should know his engineering, and the science also he will apply to guide the people when a machinery or maybe an automobile or maybe an aircraft is to be made. And then he has to handle the whole team. So for handling the team, he should have social skills. So along with engineering and technology, he should have social skills also. And then he should have aesthetic sense, art also. And he should know maths also. And he should have emotional skills also. So that at the time of, any problem, he can do the problem solving. This is what I can say. And I want to thank such a wonderful academic, audience today. And it was a pleasure for me to be connecting with you and to be talking to you. And this opportunity is given to me by Professor Hukum Singh Ji, who's the patron, he's the principal. And I really want to thank him and respect him for having such wonderful conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was wonderful presentation. Any questions? Please raise your hand if any questions. We'll unmute you from here. Any questions? Devendra Raj has raised.
Okay. What's your question?
No, he is back. No, anyone? Okay. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Shashi Verma, who is the chairperson of this session, to sum up the session. Dr. Shashi Verma. Can you pin Shashi? शशि को पिन
सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। मुझे आशा है कि मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है। सर्वप्रथम तो मैं अपने आप को बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रही हूँ कि मैं इस सेमिनार का हिस्सा हूँ अपने आप को, और इसके लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ आरआर कॉलेज के ओजस्वी प्राचार्य डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह सर का, मेरी बहुत ही प्यारी सखी सहेली, बहुत मेरा साथ देने वाली डायनामिक पर्सनैलिटी, बहुत ही मतलब एक्टिव कहें जिनको कि वो डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा का, कि उन्होंने मुझे ये शुभ अवसर प्रदान किया। मैं बहुत गर्व महसूस कर रही हूँ कि इस सेशन में मैं कुछ कह पा रही हूँ। चेयरपर्सन तो नहीं कहूंगी, क्योंकि डॉक्टर रश्मि मैडम जो है उनका जो स्थान है, उनका जो व्यक्तित्व है बहुत विशाल है। उनके बारे में कहना, उनके व्याख्यान के बारे में कुछ भी कहना तो सूरज को दिया दिखाने जैसा है। और वैसे भी हम सभी परिचित हैं उनके व्यक्तित्व से। पर्सनली मुझे जो महसूस हुआ कि जब मैंने उनको ऑनलाइन ही देखा तो मुझे बड़ा पॉजिटिव महसूस हुआ। उनका जो ऑरा है बड़ा पॉजिटिव है, उनका व्यक्तित्व बहुत सकारात्मक है, और उन्होंने जिस तरीके से अपने कार्यों को भी बताया तो वो बहुत ही हमारे समाज के लिए बहुत बड़ा कार्य कर रही है। उनके व्याख्यान के अंतर्गत जो आज मैं समझ पाई हूँ, उन्होंने जो एक आह्वान किया कि हमें गाय को बचाना चाहिए। निश्चित ही मैडम, हम सभी, हमारा जो भारतीय समाज है, हमारा भारतीय जो मानस है, वो हमेशा से ही गाय को माँ के रूप में मानता आया है, देवी के रूप में मानता आया है, और उसको बचाने के लिए कार्य करता आया है। हम सभी परिचित हैं पंचगव्य के बारे में जो उन्होंने बताया। गाय से जो हमें प्राप्त होते हैं दूध, दही, घी, गोमूत्र और गोबर, इनका सभी हमारे मतलब पूरे शरीर के विकास के लिए, बीमारियों को ठीक करने के लिए उसका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। गाय को हमें बचाना चाहिए। लेकिन मैडम अभी मैं जब कॉलेज में होती हूँ तो हमारे जो नए बच्चे हैं, ये सब बच्चे अभी डेयरी प्रोडक्ट हमें नहीं लेना है ऐसा कुछ कह रहे हैं, और उनका कारण ये भी है कि गाय का जो बछड़ा है, गाय की जो बछड़ी है, उसको पूरा दूध मिलना चाहिए। आजकल एक ऐसा भी ट्रेंड चल रहा है, तो मुझे नहीं पता, मैं इस बारे में नहीं कह सकती क्या ये उचित है, या हमें इसको कैसे मैनेज करना चाहिए कि हमें मतलब गाय के बछड़े को भी उसका पूरा दूध मिलना चाहिए और हमें भी उसका पूरा लाभ प्राप्त होना चाहिए। तो जो आपने बताया हमें, तो इसके बारे में मैं भी जानना चाहूंगी कभी कि हमें इसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए। हम दो मत हो जाते हैं कि हमें गाय का दूध लेना चाहिए, गाय के दूध का घी लेना चाहिए, गोबर, चूंकि गोबर और गोमूत्र का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, वो तो है ही हमारे आयुर्वेद में बहुत अच्छा, हमारी बीमारियों को दूर करने के लिए, हमारे पर्यावरण को स्वच्छ करने के लिए। लेकिन इस बारे में भी मैं मैडम आपसे जानना चाहूंगी कि हम जो कह रहे हैं कि हमें गाय का दूध नहीं लेना चाहिए, मतलब डेयरी प्रोडक्ट हमें यूज नहीं करने चाहिए क्योंकि गाय के बछड़े को उसका दूध नहीं मिल पाता, तो मैडम आपके इस बारे में भी मैं जो भी है आपका जानकारी प्राप्त करना चाहूंगी। आपका जो व्याख्यान था बहुत ही शानदार था, हमेशा की तरह से, तो इसके बारे में भी मैं मैडम थोड़ा सा आपसे जानना चाहूंगी।
पहले तो मैं दोनों हाथ जोड़कर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ और आप सबका भी करती हूँ। और आपने जो मेरे बारे में इतनी अच्छी बातें कही उससे मुझे बहुत ज्यादा मोटिवेशन मिला है।
सच में मैंने अभी पहली बार आपको वर्चुअल देखा है,
वाइब्रेशन महसूस कर रही हूँ इतनी दूर, अलवर से बंबई तक के वाइब्रेशन मेरे पास है और ये बिल्कुल सच्ची बात है।
ये
और तो पहले आप सब लोग को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और ये कहना चाहूंगी कि आपका प्रश्न जो है बहुत ही सार्थक है और बहुत जरूरी है, और इसके लिए मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये एक अलग से ही एक अध्याय खुल जाता है अगर हम उसकी बात करें, क्योंकि मैंने वो बातें तो की नहीं जो आजकल हो रहा है काऊ के साथ। खास तौर से उनको इस तरह के इंजेक्शन लगाए जाते हैं और उन इंजेक्शन से गाय बहुत ज्यादा दूध देती है, उनको बहुत ही वीकनेस आती है और वो फिर जो इंजेक्शन में जो मेडिसिन होती है वो हमारी बॉडी में भी जाती है
जी।
तो इस तरह की जो केमिकल्स हैं हमें पहले तो मना करना चाहिए कि वो नहीं दिए जाए, क्योंकि वो हमारे भी शरीर में जाएंगे, बछड़े के में भी जाएंगे और गाय की मृत्यु भी बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगी। तो इनको पहले हमें खत्म करना है। और दूसरा, जहां तक उन्होंने कहा डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स नहीं लेने चाहिए, तो इतना दूध तो देती है गाय कि उनके बछड़े का भी पेट भर जाता है और वो हमारे लिए भी आ जाता है। और माय डॉटर इज आल्सो वर्किंग विद काउ शेड में, जिसमें इंजर्ड एनिमल्स आते हैं, उनको बचा के लाते हैं। तो मेरी काउ ने जो ये डेयरी का दूध नहीं पीती है, वो एक स्पेशल दूध आता है, जब गाय के बच्चे का पेट भर जाता है तो उस दूध को ये लोग लेते हैं। क्योंकि देखिए इमोशंस होते हैं, जब माँ देखेगी कि उसके बच्चे को दूध नहीं मिला तो वो जो दूध देगी उसमें उसके इमोशंस, एक दुख भरा बात आ जाती है। तो इसके लिए हमें ये कोशिश करनी चाहिए बहुत ज्यादा दूध ना दे, तो उस तरह की, और डेयरी में उनके ऊपर अत्याचार ना किया जाए गायों पर कि ज्यादा दूध के लिए उनको केमिकल्स दिए जाए। तो ये मेरी एक, हम सब लोग एकजुट होकर इस बात को देखेंगे, क्योंकि हमारे अंदर भी तो जा रहा है ना वो जहर। तो बच्चों ने एक तरह से तो अच्छा ही कहा कि डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स में अगर प्रिजर्वेटिव मिला रहे हैं या कुछ गलत चीजें, लेकिन अगर काऊ का दूध उन्हें अच्छा मिल रहा है तो उसे जरूर पीना चाहिए। और ये तो हमें पुराने समय से ही, देखिए हमें ऋषि मुनियों के समय से ही गाय को माँ माना गया, जैसे आपने कहा, और अपने साथ प्रेम से रखा जाता है। और प्रेमचंद जी ने कहा है कि उसे हमारे खूंटे बंधा रहना चाहिए लास्ट तक, ये नहीं कि अगर वो दूध नहीं दे रही है तो फिर हम उसे कसाई खाने में भेज दें। वो क्योंकि प्रेमचंद्र जी की कहानी में लिखा गया है, इसके लिए मैं आपको कह रही हूँ।
जी जी बिल्कुल,
इससे कुछ नहीं कहना चाह रही हूँ इस टॉपिक के बारे में। तो ये सब चीजों का हम ख्याल करना चाहिए हमें, और उसका दूध गाय का पीना चाहिए। बस ये मेरी एक प्रार्थना है जो आप लोग के थ्रू मैं आज ये कह सकी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
जी जी मैडम, मैं यही कहना है कि हमें जागरूक होना है कि हमें दूध गाय का उतना ही कोई केमिकल यूज ना करें या इंजेक्शन ना दें कि गाय ज्यादा दूध दे और अपने बछड़े को ना पिला पाए। और वो हमें, जैसे आपने कहा कि भावनाएं महत्वपूर्ण होती हैं, कि जब एक माँ को ये लगता है कि मैं मेरे ही दूध को अपने बच्चे को नहीं पिला पा रही हूँ, दूसरे को दे पा रही हूँ, तो निश्चित ही उसकी भावनाएं, हर जीव हर में एक भावना तो होती है, तो वो उसकी भावना के साथ जो हमें दूध मिलेगा वो हमें फायदा नहीं करेगा। तो ये हम सभी को जागरूक होना है और लोगों को भी जागरूक करने की जरूरत है कि गाय का दूध तो हमें लें, लेकिन किसी इंजेक्शन के द्वारा ना दिया जाए। और ये जो गाय पालने वाले हैं उनको जागरूक होना पड़ेगा। दूसरा, गाय पालते हैं, गाय को पूरे टाइम उनका दूध का दोहन करते हैं और उसके बाद उनको सड़कों पे छोड़ देते हैं, सड़कों पे छोड़ देते हैं। अभी तो जब चल रहा है हमारे समाज में कि गाय को काटना नहीं है, गाय को किसी नहीं देना है कसाई खाने में, तो वो गाय को सड़कों पे छोड़ देते हैं। और गाय घास खाने के लिए भी, घास खाने भी उनको
मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी प्रोजेक्ट हो जाता है, फिर ये
हो जाता है ना मैडम। तो
आ जाती है।
आपने बहुत बहुत अच्छी बात कही है, बहुत अच्छा व्याख्यान दिया है, बहुत
और
अच्छा।
एक बार और कहना चाहती हूँ, इसके खाने को अगर हम ऑर्गेनिक तरीके से नहीं उगाते हैं, पेस्टिसाइड की, तो वो उसके थ्रू हमारे शरीर में एज अ चेन, फूड चेन चले जाते हैं। उसका भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि हमें फर्टिलाइजर और पेस्टिसाइड, खासतौर से पेस्टिसाइड वाला अगर हम चारा इनके पेट में डालेंगे तो वो हम ही तो पीने वाले हैं।
जी 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 तो हम इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार के माध्यम से एक शपथ लेते हैं कि हम पूरा प्रयास करेंगे गाय को बचाने का, और गाय को बचाने के साथ हर एक चीज को उनकी शुद्ध रखने का पूरा प्रयास करेंगे। जहां भी हमें ऐसा होगा हम जरूर आवाज उठाएंगे। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा मैडम, आशा है बहुत जल्दी मैं सभी आपसे मिल पाऊंगी। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, मुस्कान और डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार। सभी को मेरा नमस्कार।
Now it's time for the formal thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tyagi and Dr. Verma. Thank you so much for your presence. And it seems that everybody is spellbound with your presentations and your years of research, your depth of understanding of user interfaces, and your ability to present subject in such an interesting way. So many beautiful slides, and you were connecting Taj Mahal with Kathak and everything, and then we were going to the cow. That's really amazing, and this was one of the most memorable lectures of ISMSE 2022. So I thank both the beautiful ladies for being with us. It was totally our pleasure. Thank you so much. So now it's time we move to our next keynote, next special lecture. It's not a keynote address, it's a special lecture, which is to be delivered by Dr. Anil Kumar Changani, who is the head of the Department Environmental Science and Director, Gandhian Studies Center, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Changani is an environmental ecologist, field biologist, has 20 years of teaching and 25 years of research experience. Professor Changani completed his MA in Education Psychology, MSc in Zoology, PhD and DSc from JNU University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan, India. His field of specializations are desert ecology and behavioral studies of mammals and birds, genetic and virological studies with special reference to traditional environmental conservation practices, common property resources, environment planning, biodiversity conservation and management, climate change, environment impact studies. He is serving as a member of the IUCN, World Conservation Union and Conservation International Birds and Mammal Species Survival Commission, breeding specialist group from 2005 onwards. He has visited countries like USA, Japan, China, Thailand, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Nepal, Bhutan, and delivered lectures at various forums as a visiting professor. By now, he has completed over 50 research projects. He published over 120 papers in international and national journals with 820 citation with H index of 18 and I-10 index of 24. That's dangerous. In the last 20 years, he made and advised several national and international films and documentaries. Dr. Changani received second time Chaturvedi Award for writing best paper in the field of environment and wildlife by Indian Forester, Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Dehradun. Also awarded by the Conservation International USA in 1998, Golden Jubilee Year of Independence 1998 by State Government of Rajasthan, Conservation Award in 2004 from Ashoka Trust, Bangalore, and Marwa Ratna Award from Mehrangarh Museum Trust, Jodhpur on Jodhpur Foundation Day on 2006, State Award by Government of Rajasthan in 2007, Best Paper Award by the Zoological Society of London in London in 2009, the Fateh Singh Wildlife Conservation Award, 1st March 2020 for selfless and varied efforts towards the conservation and protection of wildlife in Rajasthan by Tiger Watch Foundation, Ranthambore. Recently, Maru Ratna Award on 12 July 2021 by the Desert Environmental Conservation Association, Jodhpur. I took so much effort to read it out. How much effort you have been put in to get all this? That's the point of discussion, Dr. Changani. Yeah, let me congratulate you for a wonderful CV. Now I will transfer mic to Dr. Sudha Sukwal to carry on from here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta Sharma.
Thanks,
Myself, Dr. Sudha Sukwal Shringi, Associate Professor, Raj Rishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. I am here to introduce the chairperson for this session, Dr. Mamta Sharma. Dr. Mamta Sharma is Associate Professor, Zoology at Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. Dr. Sharma has done her doctorate in environmental toxicology from Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, and postdoctorate in biotechnology from Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR. She holds master's degree in zoology with specialization in environmental toxicology and another master's in business administration with specialization in HR and personnel. She has PG diploma in environmental studies and also qualified National Eligibility Test NET. Dr. Sharma has many years of extensive experience in teaching, research, training, academic and general administration, including being the district level master trainer DLMT for the election training in Alwar district. Dr. Sharma is a profound researcher with in-depth research experience and knowledge in the field of environment, toxicology, microbiology, biochemistry, and biotechnology. Dr. Sharma has served in Indian Armed Forces, NCC, and Rajasthan Education Services, and worked with many leading universities of India. She has done many research projects and has numerous research papers at her credit published in national and international journals. She was bestowed with the Director General's Plaque of Honor for standing first in All India in Pre-Commission Course at Officers Training Academy. She was honored by District Award from Government of Rajasthan for her excellent work in the state services. Now I would request our keynote speaker of this session, Dr. Anil Kumar Changani ji, to kindly start the address. The stage is all yours, sir. Please start the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm thankful to organizer of this international seminar. Am I audible? Thank you. And very nice and interesting topic, multidisciplinary approach towards science and education. And I think we are in this transition phase, the new education policy and all. So it's very relevant to the present scenario of our education system. And I'm thankful to Chairman ma'am of this session for giving me this opportunity. Ma'am, how much time do I have?
Sir, you have 1 hour.
1 hour. Okay. Thank you. Though it's a very tricky to compile the multidisciplinary issues, because in our traditional education system, we have very clear-cut science, arts, commerce disciplines. Higher education, it is very clear. But nowadays, the interdisciplinary approaches are emerging out. So, this new education policy also gives us an idea that how multidisciplinary approach can be cut. We need to reform a lot. अभी हमें इस पे बहुत काम करने की जरूरत है. अभी ये बहुत premature level पे है. This is what I can say as on today. I don't know how far it is successful in the coming years. The kind of education system we have, we need to have very similar kind of situation and approaches and the subjects and choice of subjects right from the secondary, primary, middle and to the higher education, college and university. At present, we are facing a lot of problems in the system. So many court cases, and I've been being a dean of science faculty. I've been to so many committees and in a position to give advisory to the Honorable High Court of the state. Just give a brief example that in school education, we have the first grade principal or senior lecturer grade. And we are still in grade following the guideline or the act of 1979 that says समकक्ष विषय में स्नातकोत्तर, उसी को हम फर्स्ट ग्रेड टीचर बनाते हैं, उसमें मास्टर होनी चाहिए, एमएड होनी चाहिए. Now the problem comes when RPSC has selected in 2015 or 16, I think. Many of the students has cleared their RPSC examination for first grade and they have not been accepted by the school education department. Because the posts were, for example, 55 posts were for biology teacher in the first grade. And the student appears in RPSC were master in microbiology, master in environmental science, master in wildlife, master in biotechnology, but they are not been accepted because they said your syllabus is not matched with the biology syllabus. So then we have almost series of meetings with all kind of subject experts, and we come to the conclusion that the person who has bachelor degree with geology and botany, whether it's master in any of the discipline given by the UGC or recognized by the state government, can be accepted for that particular year only. So this kind of problem is still exists, still in the science teaching background. The B.Ed colleges of the state is not considering microbiology and biotechnology till date. So we need to address the primary and middle level, secondary level education also. As soon as we go to the higher education, we have multidisciplines. And I'll just confine my talk around my own subject and around our life science and science disciplines. As our previous speaker, Madam Rasmi Tyagi, talked about the cow, definitely this is an aspect. How we can use products of cow, whether it is cow dung or cow urine or milk. And very good question raised by one of the faculty that nowadays kids are not drinking milk because it's गाय के बछड़े का दूध हम कैसे पी लें. So we need to educate ourselves also. खाली गाय की बात करने से, खाली गाय को बचाने से, या गाय के बाई प्रोडक्ट का मल्टीपल यूज बताने से, आयुर्वेद में उसका यूज बताने से गाय बचेगी नहीं. क्योंकि stall feeding is not possible for the cows. It's very costly. And where they used to graze traditionally, तो एक क्वेश्चन आया भी था कि पेस्टिसाइड उनके दूध में मिलता है, वो हमारे अंदर भी जाता है. So I think now pesticide is everywhere. Madam Mamta, Dr. Mamta may agree with me because nowadays recent studies suggest that mother's milk also contains the pesticide. It's an established fact. So we need to understand the ecology of cow. This multidisciplinary approach in cow conservation, जो भी गाय बचाने का अभियान चल रहा है उसमें शायद इसको by far ignore किया गया है. Ecology and grazing lands of the cow has been ignored by all kind of campaigns. Which is most important, our ancestors were much advanced in thinking and interdisciplinary approach. They have established the gochar lands. Now we are encroaching that back. हम उसको बर्बाद कर रहे हैं गोचर भूमि को, वहाँ प्लांट लगा के या रेजिडेंशियल कॉलोनीज काट के या कोई डेवलपमेंटल प्रोग्राम्स काट के, जबकि हमारे एंसेस्टर ने उसको फोरसाइट किया था और गायों को चरने के लिए गोचर भूमि छोड़ना जरूरी था. इन अवर राजस्थान 1.8% is the protected area and 1.5% land is common property resources on the name of pasture and name of overruns and name of water bodies, which are main key factor for the survival of cow, any breed given to the any geographical area, whether it is from Alwar, whether it is from Jaisalmer, from Bikaner, from Kota, from Udaipur, all the cow traditional breeds will survive because of this. We need to address those issues also. And now I'll straight go to the presentation. Technical team might helping me present now. I'll go to share screen. I think my screen is visible now. Screen is visible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir, you are audible.
Screen is visible or not?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I just kept a topic, the multidisciplinary approach in environmental education, because it's a very wide subject. And what is education? The simple terms has been given on so many sites of the website. The process of facilitating learning, seekna, or the acquisition of knowledge, skill with value and morals, which we are lacking a lot nowadays, and beliefs and habits. One of our vice chancellor used to say that romance with goodness. You can do that, you can justify your education. जो भी अच्छी चीज है इस दुनिया में, उसको appreciate करो, उसको follow करो. That is for sure. And when we talk about education, still it's in pieces, whether it is primary, middle, secondary, higher education. And you and me are living in a society, and we know very well how a primary teacher working in the school, how many teachers working in a school. उसको दलिया भी बनाना है, उसको पोषाहार भी बनाना है, उसको 1200-1500 रुपए में कुकिंग वाली बाई भी रखनी है, उसको छोटे मोटे किचन के और टॉयलेट्स के कंस्ट्रक्शन भी कराने हैं. वो नोटबुक लेके घूमता है, बजरी कहाँ मिलेगा, सीमेंट कहाँ मिलेगा. So we have engaged teacher in most of the jobs of the state's machinery other than teaching, which is a alarming sign. We made new education policy, but we need to change our system as well. That is most important. Objective of higher education is basically serving to the society. A simple graduate can run this country in terms of civil servant. He can be IPS, he can be a district collector, and he can run all of us, including the professors and teachers. So if you are going for higher education, that means you need to serve, you need to address a problem of the society or the system. And that can be through exploratory researches, through descriptive researches, through some diagnostic, through some hypothesis testing, and there are major education type and researches in higher education. I'm not talking about the primary systems. That is physical, clinical, biological, environmental, psychological, anthropological, sociological, historical, economical, and political. So this new education policy talks about the multidisciplinary approach and skill development by and large. But there are some things need to be addressed in a proper way. If one of student of my master MSc in environmental science, and we are saying that skill development के लिए इसको गाड़ी का पंचर लगाना सिखा दो, इसको वेल्डिंग सिखा दो, इसको कारपेंट्री सिखा दो, सॉरी, मैं ये नहीं कर सकता. ये करने के लिए ITI बना हुआ है, 10वीं पास करके बच्चा सीधा वहां पे जाए, क्योंकि ये इश्यूज हमें बहुत पॉलिसी लेवल पे एड्रेस करने पड़ेंगे और प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच रखनी पड़ेगी साथ में साथ. कि अगर जो बच्चा 10th करके अगर जाता है तो उसको हमें चाइल्ड लेबर में नहीं कन्वर्ट करना. अगर अपने पिताजी की दुकान पे साइकिल का पंचर बनाना सीखता है तो दिस इज नॉट अ चाइल्ड लेबर. ये क्या बात हुई कि जब मैं सिखाऊं तब तो वो स्किल है, और वो खुद से जाके किसी सेठ साहूकार की दुकान पे कहीं सोनार का काम सीखे, कहीं लोहे का काम सीखे, कहीं साइकिल रिपेयर का काम सीखे, ऑटो मैकेनिक का काम सीखे, दैट इज चाइल्ड लेबर. तो हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें अनबायस होकर इन चीजों को एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा. एट टाइम वी कैन से चाइल्ड लेबर और हम उसके बाप को भी मना करते हैं तो अपनी दुकान पे बैठे को नहीं रखते. ये नहीं चलेगा. हमें अपनी अप्रोच सुधारनी पड़ेगी. और स्किल डेवलपमेंट के नाम से मेरा अगर मास्टर डिग्री का बच्चा है तो मैं उसको स्किल के नाम से पंचर छेकना नहीं सिखाऊंगा. वो अब अपने इस मास्टर को जस्टिफाई करे जो उसने एनवायरमेंटल साइंस में करनी है. He can be a additional skill developer in computer. He must know about the GIS if you want to know. He must know about the chemistry to understand the pollution. He must understand the life science. He must understand the zoology. He must understand the botany, the biodiversity of the nature. So all kind of physiological characters and biological characters of climate or environment can be understood by a master scholar at skill development. That enhances skill. that enhance his possibility to engage somewhere in the company or somewhere in the department. So this multidisciplinary nature of environmental study, environment is a very wide subject. Anyone can do wonders in their own taste if it is related to environment. Life science, physical science, mathematical science, environmental and climate science, and technology, definitely civil engineers and chemical engineers are really needed. And our education system doesn't allow. So we, as a teacher, making some experiments, making some changes in our board of study. Every year we enhance some of the courses and some of the additional qualification in our master degree. For example, if a fellow from engineering want to do the master in environmental science, we are allowing. If a fellow coming from medical science, we want to do this. Even a BDS, Bachelor of Dental, want to come, want to understand the natural resource engaged in toothpaste industry. So we need to be very specific and requirement oriented changes in our syllabus and in our approach. So as you can see in this image, this environmental, I'm just taking one example, and this can be applicable to all kinds of sciences, all kinds of social sciences, all historians, all literatures and literary sciences and literary subjects. So it is very engaged with all other subjects, ecologically, biology, chemistry, atmosphere science, oceanography, geography, archaeology, anthropology, history. Very much important. How we survived, how we conserve natural resources by now, how our religion engaged in all these things, in conservation and management, we need to understand. For that, an interdisciplinary approach pays a lot, that sense a lot. So if we talk about multidisciplinary, that includes ecosystem, biodiversity and its conservation, natural resources, environmental pollution, social issues, most importantly, and some of the socio-economic aspects also. So I'm not going to give a very technical kind of lecture. I just give my own example that how this interdisciplinary approach allows me to serve the society with various projects and programs. And we have conducted so many studies. Since being a biologist, being a zoologist, as it was given in the introduction, I completed my PhD in zoology. I did my DSc in zoology. So by training, I am a zoologist. My special paper might be the environmental science in master. I did master in psychology. So how this psychology, how this zoology, and how this environment pays me. I cannot be expert of GIS. I cannot be expert of pollution chemistry. As Dr. Mamta is working so much on toxicology, but now I'm not in this phase to go for the this toxicological study. So it's better to collaborate with some scientists, some academicians who are engaged in their own research, and that pays a good research that allows us to conduct good research and come out with good data and good information, which is really helpful to the society. So I started my career as a field biologist, and then I approached to the international agencies, especially the US scientists were there, since I was working at JRF in an US private project. So my whole talk is around my own life, that's it. And how this interdisciplinary works and how this interdisciplinary approach, wherever it is lacking, your researches are lacking. Your issues were still there. So, and we conducted so many workshops, as today also we are conducting this international seminar. So they are very useful. If the scholars and young students are engaged in such kind of workshop and seminar, that will be very useful, because we all are product of such workshops and seminars. And as soon as you get some funding, whether it is from central government or the state government or any of the foreign funding agency, you need to collaborate with the institute who is expert in their own way. For example, if I need to work on GIS and I need to work with the ISRO, I need to understand the captive breeding program of US, then I have to be there and we have to collaborate with them, how they are understanding their wildlife, how they are putting satellite radio transmitters, what is radio telemetry, I need to understand. Because हमें एक ही लाइफ मिला है, अगर एक लाइफ में मैं सब कुछ करना चाहूंगा तो that is not possible. Environment is a wide subject. So better है कि जो अभी सोसाइटी को प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है उसके लिए उसका प्रॉपर एक्सपर्ट ढूंढो इन एकेडमिक वर्ल्ड एंड उससे कोलैबोरेट करके आगे से आगे अपना रिसर्च कैरी करो और सर्व करो सोसाइटी को. This is what in nutshell I can understand, and this is what my approach is for the interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach. तो हमने अलग अलग स्पीसीज पे जो शेड्यूल्ड स्पीसीज है, फॉर एग्जांपल वल्चर्स खत्म हो रहे थे तो उन पे रिसर्च किया, प्राइमेट्स के ऊपर, monkeys के ऊपर, वाइल्ड लाइफ के ऊपर. And then suddenly, since you are a scholar or master, then you did your PhD, so there should be a question in your mind, whatever you are doing in your life. So a sudden question raised in my mind that African green monkey create a havoc in the world in terms of a retrovirus called HIV. So people working with the African green monkey, people living around those colonies of the monkeys, they are affected with HIV, and from them this HIV transmitted throughout the world. And what is his present scenario? What is the problem of virus we understood and well understood with this present COVID situation? So question comes in my mind that why is Hanuman Langur, a rhesus monkey of Jaipur, don't you think they have a retrovirus or not? So that was a question in my mind, and I was unable to answer. My teacher said, I don't know. I'm an animal behavior or evolutionary professor, so I don't know about the virology. So best thing to go to Institute of Virology in Pune. I've been there, and I fortunate enough to meet Dr. Seema Nandi. She is heading by that time the retrovirology lab. And she said, definitely it's a good question. Definitely our Indian simian species might have, the monkey species might have the retrovirus, but no one knows. This is a question to science as well. It is not only your question. So I said, what to do with that? Only I just need some 50 to 100 samples from a population that I can detect the retrovirus of that particular species. But I don't know how to capture a monkey. So being a field biologist, I got a training from Smithsonian Institute, USA, how to tranquilize animals and how to trap them and how to collect the blood. And further to that, the process has been taken by Dr. Nandi. So this type of collaborative approach gives very good result, and we are able to find two new retroviruses in the world of science. Those were SRV6 and SIV7. And those papers were published in Springer and Bacterial journals, top-notch impact factor journals like Virology, Virus Genes, Retrovirology. So this is how this collaborative research helps us. Because in Indian society, we are supplementing monkeys. Whether it is South India, North India, we are always feeding monkeys. In most of the area, the commercial situation is there. For example, in Himachal, monkeys and people in Rajasthan, in Jodhpur, in Jaipur, in Galta, in Haridwar, Rishikesh, in Shimla. If you see in Mysore, even if you go to South India, the bonnet monkey is there with the people. They always live with the human society. So there are high chances of transmission. So we have collected samples even from the professional trappers, and we see how the biting cases were there, whether this SRV6 or 7 transmitted to the humans or not. So we are still searching for that possibility, and we have applied a project to NSF USA. Because of this COVID, our project has been through in second round. The third final round is still pending. Now our question is to check and see the transmission of this retrovirus SIV and SRV as compared to the HIV, whether they are transmitted to the local humans or not. And if it has been transmitted, what is the rate of transmission and how much it is affected to the local community and local life. And if it is not affecting the local people, and we have found some of the people human samples with SRV and SIV. So, but they don't have any ill effect compared to the HIV. So these researches were going to definitely help in HIV researches, how they are not active in many of the human bodies. As in case of HIV, in African green monkey Kabila, there are some tribals living around and they have the HIV viruses, similar retroviruses in their own body, but they have no ill effect. As soon as that virus goes to cross the borders, they're creating a real problem. So we have collected samples throughout the country and especially from Rajasthan. And this all genetic science, I'm not expert of this, but you have to collaborate with some people who are expert at genetics. So we collaborated with Dr. Numpy and she has come out with good data and we were able to publish a lot many research. Similar thing, another issue of wildlife veterinary sciences. None of the Indian institute in the country teaching wildlife veterinary science. That is, I'm saying on record. So that kind of international approach, the interdisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary approach is lacking in our country. This is our level as on today. None of the veterinary institute teaching wildlife. No one is knowing about the male and female monkey. It has not been taught to them. Even the crocodile. No one knows whether it is a female crocodile or male crocodile. So people who are working in the field biology, they know very well. So we need to collaborate and we have been making some of the syllabi, we have been making some of the texts available to the veterinary science. And in Bikaner, since I am based in Bikaner, so there is a old university, veterinary university. So we are collaborating together and we had MOUs between us. So we used to go and give some lectures on wildlife. And they have included now some of the wildlife science in veterinary. So how to treat monkey if a field biologist don't know about the veterinary science? So better he can go to the doctor and show him the image that this is the disease, this is the skin sample, this is the blood sample I have collected from the monkeys and what kind of disease you can test with that veterinarian and we are giving treatment. They survive. So that is the purpose. Why you want to collaborate or why you want to go for it. Some problem in the ecosystem, in the society, you need to address with multidisciplinary approach. So I used to take banana, put medicines recommended by the veterinary scientists and give to the monkeys and ultimately they recovered in a month and they are all healthy. So I can do that because of the multidisciplinary approach. With the single disciplinary, with the ecology, I can just say this many n number of monkeys are this major disease and now they are dying or this disease and this population is going to be wiped out in coming 6 months or coming 1 year. Similarly, the natural resource, the big source of economy nowadays, sources, what kind of natural resources we have. And with the development, we need to understand environment impact assessment studies. How to conserve natural resources simultaneously, and we can go for the development and we can preserve our natural resources as well. So we need to go for sustainability. And studies of common property resources can be done by us, but technical input needed from a land use planner, from a livestock expert, from an agriculture expert, from a veterinary scientist. So these kind of international integrated approaches and multidisciplinary approaches. Management of any given urban wild animals. We were able to do that because I know how to handle a monkey. I know how to track. I have been getting extra training from Smithsonian. Not other colleagues of mine getting that kind of expertise. So we need to address these skills at the higher education level. Not that पंचर बनाने के लिए या उसको skill develop करने के लिए ना, वो जिस लेवल पे पहुंच गया वो उससे आगे क्या सीखे, कैसे वो बायो एनालिसिस करे, कैसे वो फोटोग्राफी सीखे, कैसे वो वीडियोग्राफी करे, कैसे वो जीआईएस की मैपिंग करे. तो मेरे ख्याल से जो कोई भी अपना सब्जेक्ट है उसमें मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच की इस तरीके से मिक्स किया जाए कि वो उसकी स्किल को एनहांस करे जहां तक वो पहुंचा हुआ है, ना कि उसको अलग से कोई आप स्किल सिखा दो कि थोड़ा सा मार्केटिंग कर ले, अपना सर्वाइवल इंश्योर कर ले ना. ये मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा एक अजीब है. ये मेरा पर्सनल व्यू है. and to collaborate with many of the institutes who are responsible for that system. Being a academician, being a teacher, we are not responsible for conserving the wild animals. There are people paid for that. So better go to them and teach them and collaborate with them. So that kind of interdisciplinary as well as interdepartmental approach is needed. So whatever is your goal to preserve the biodiversity, to conserve the system, that can be possible. Because there are people spending huge money. For example, the cow example. Ministry of Environment Forest gives money from Animal Welfare Board, crores of rupees to protect cows, to open Gaushala, to making biofertilizer, to making Gomutra packaging, to making Kande, marketing ho raha hai. But at the same time, if you are not managing the ranges where they graze, if you are not preserving the grazing grounds, you cannot address the issue of cow. If you are not addressing the plastic in the stomach of cow, you are not able to address the cow. So this interaction with various international scientists and engineers and technicians and climate scientists allows me to carry out my researches, and whatever findings comes to us, make the changes in the policies. That should be our next goal with the skill development, with interdiscipline. Now what to do with that? If I have come out with a solution, for example, if me and Dr. Mamta is going for a toxicological study, now what to do with that? Where to share our findings? So we need to go to the policymakers. We go to the court, we go to the law and make the advocacy to change the law. And this is what we have done in many of the cases. For example, the famine code has been changed. This is the member of the Supreme Court Empowerment Committee visited Kumbalgarh Wildlife Sanctuary. When they banned the grazing throughout the country in 2002, I wrote an article in Down to Earth magazine. The Supreme Court is supreme authority, but it has been guided by several committee members who don't know ABC about the wildlife and biodiversity. So I got a notice from court of contempt, and I submitted 700 pages report to them. And this is the basis of my statement. If you want to visit the area, you can visit. So as a researcher, as an academician, your planning should be very foolproof. You must know each and every bit of your argument. And you always speak on the basis of data. Never talk in the air. You must have a basis of your argument fully supported with the information and data and experiments. And then presently we are heading for GIS researches. We are heading for telemetry researches. We have put some satellite transmitters, but unfortunately the permission need to be taken from central and state government, Ministry of Environment Forest, and that is still pending. So how far this multidisciplinary approach is going to be successful until unless the responsible ministries and departments are not cooperating with us, and then they are not in a position to know ABC about all these things. The person or the academician or the universities or the colleges who are carrying forwarding these researches, they are just in the self. All the libraries are full with the findings, but no one is there to use that. So with the interdisciplinary approach, I recommend the interdisciplinary, interdepartmental, interpolicy makers need to be sit together and find out the solution to these problems. Similarly, the energy. As we know that Rajasthan is heading for, I think, the largest state in the solar energy. But with this technology, all the governments, all the policy makers just heading for the green energy, green energy, green energy. But what this green energy creating to your ecology, to your own survival, is no one is checking. So this interdisciplinary approach can give some insight to these policy makers. We need to make a path. We need to make a platform where we can share our issues, interdisciplinary findings, how to control these things. We are not against the green energy, but we are coming with some suggestions. We need to think with the development. Whether we are heading in the right direction or not, we need to check our policies and programs. With the name of green energy, we have been make a mess up in the Thar Desert. And the open wires, the electrocution cases of great Indian bustard, long-billed vulture, many of the scheduled 1 species are been dying because of the electrocution, because of the wind turbines. And many pollinators has been gone. In one of my earlier lecture in the same kind of also I said that we need to address the life in the ecosystem. Each and every life is important, whether it is insect, whether it is ant. So as we find this green energy, this development is not allow any ephemeral to grow around. The temperature in the plant growing more than 3 to 5 degrees. That's alarming. Many of the pollinators and germinators and many seeds in the sand is dormant. They're not going to be regerminated again. So what for we need this energy? There are some alternate sources. We can put these kind of solar plants on canals. We have a series of canals in Rajasthan, for that matter, throughout the country. So why we are selecting the land which is more utilized by the livestock? It is most important to preserve the natural resource, the Thar biota, the gene pool of the Thar desert, the biodiversity of the Thar desert. And if we are collecting those lands by these natural resource produced areas, we are heading towards a disaster. We need to think again. So as an expert, we can advocate the people, we can give awareness, we can educate people, policymakers, if they want to listen. If they don't want to listen, they are creating havoc in the society. So we need to mechanize a system where everybody can share his own things. And then we should head for the interdisciplinary, interdepartmental approach and policies and programs. So why we need to conserve all these resources and environment and protect our life? Because this COVID has proven very well that how important is our traditional practices are, how important our surroundings are, how important our climate is. We need to preserve it. If these kind of setups around us gives us a survival in this severe COVID worldwide where people are losing their life, we are still surviving. So what are those key factors gives us this survival? Definitely, that is our own traditional practice, our own traditional biodiversity in any of the given geographical area. So in Thar desert, we have been surviving better than other parts of the world because of our own resources. And these common property resources gives us n number of things. As in one of our previous Dr. Tyagi ma'am was talking about the cow. Not only cow, ma'am, the goat is equally important. The sheep is equally important. Buffalo and camel is equally important. This pastoral life was part of this desert ecosystem. And any one of us is not facing a single day problem of dairy product during this COVID lockdown. You must understand. In this severe 2 to 3 months, somewhere it is 4 month, 5 month lockdown in the country, we are not facing a single day absence of dairy product to our home. From where it comes? The fodder comes from these traditional structures, these traditional resources, these common property resources. So we need to understand the role of common property resources and setups around us. We need to address and preserve them. So for our own survival, Government of India has launched a program to conserve the biodiversity. And for that, they have been making many biosphere reserves and national parks and sanctuaries and all kinds of setups around. So this is the latest data of 2021. We are almost more than 18 biosphere reserves in the country, 104 national parks, 566 wildlife sanctuaries, and we have conservation reserves almost around 100 now. But new reserves comes in this. And they are in various kind of geographical regions. They are in the Himalaya, they are in the desert, they are in the rainforest, they are in the southern India, they are in the western Ghats. And they are preserving each species. And each species has its own role in the given ecosystem. And many of these scheduled species were surviving in that area, whether it is mammal, bird, reptile. So the question comes, where are these ecological processes? How this ecological process is taking place in the field? So that cannot be understood with animal behavior or a zoologist or a wildlife or a wildlifer or an environmental scholar. You need to have an interdisciplinary approach in such research. And I was lucky enough to have good researchers, and we find good people through our publication, through our scientific approach, through our these brainstorming sessions, through such seminars, through such workshops. So the goal of a multidisciplinary approach to address knowledge gaps, because as I told, I can be a wildlife biologist. I don't know ABC about toxicology. I don't know ABC about the geography. I don't know ABC about GIS. So we need to collaborate such people. And experience in wildlife, geospatial, and community infrastructure suggests that these are the three basic linkages. हमें हमारी अप्रोच में जो लोकल अथॉरिटी, हमें सरपंच को भी पूछना पड़ेगा, हमें एमएलए को भी बात करना पड़ेगा, कम्युनिटी से भी बात करना पड़ेगा, फेस्टिवल से भी बात करना पड़ेगा, फार्मर से भी बात करना पड़ेगा, और जो जीआईएस का एक्सपर्ट है उससे भी बात करना पड़ेगा. तो ये मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच के साथ साथ उसका एप्लीकेशन भी बनाना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके आपको एक्सपेक्टेड रिजल्ट्स मिलते हैं और आपकी जो फाइंडिंग्स होती है उनको हम सिस्टम में एप्लीकेबल कर सकते हैं. सो फॉर एग्जांपल, कुंभलगढ़ के आसपास के जो फॉरेस्ट है मैं नहीं रीड कर सकता था, फील्ड में जाके मैं जरूर देख सकता था, लेकिन जो जीआईएस का एक्सपर्ट है वो बता देता था किस तरह से आपके कुंभलगढ़ में, अगर आप देखेंगे कि वाइल्ड लाइफ का जो सर्वाइवल हो रहा था वो अंदर हो रहा था, लेकिन कुछ वाइल्ड लाइफ बढ़ गई, कुछ घट गई. कौन सी बढ़ गई? जो क्रॉप फील्ड में जा पाई. ये एग्रीकल्चर के कल्टिवेटेड एरिया थे जो पिछले 10 सालों में बढ़ गए. यू कैन सी वेरी क्लियरली दिस इज कुंभलगढ़ वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी and this is a agriculture scenario. Is light blue dots, and after 10 years they become heavier. So the species survive on these agricultural fields, their numbers are increasing. फॉरेस्ट का एक सिंपल सा मैंडेट है, शिकार करोगे, पेड़ काटोगे तो जेल जाओगे, लेकिन खाली ये करने से पार नहीं पड़ेगा. हमें जो ह्यूमन सब्सिडी है, लोगों के सराउंडिंग में जो सर्वाइवल हो रहा है, हमारा जो कार्निवोर्स जाके हर्बीवोर्स पे फीड कर रहा है, जो डोमेस्टिक हर्बीवोर्स है जिसमें गाय, भेड़, बकरी, जिसपे वो टाइगर है, चाहे लायन है, चाहे लेपर्ड सर्वाइव कर, तो हमें लोगों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग भी होनी चाहिए, लोगों की सर्वाइवल की इंश्योर्ड होनी चाहिए. किस तरह से रिसोर्स का कलेक्शन होता है वो देखना होगा ग्राउंड पे. Whether it is legal or illegal, that can be given a second term. But if there is any ground reality changing, we need to understand that. So this disturbance gives a better diversity. This is what we find out in a study. For example, this can be addressed through GIS only. You can see very closely, just keep your eye here. How in last 10 years the forest is shifting. Can you see this? From here to here. And this is the result of shifting. And I can address this when my data were shared with a GIS expert. He said your data, the population of species is constantly increasing or constantly decreasing because of this project system ground reality changes. So such issues and such data can be generated through interdisciplinary approach. So if land cover changing in and around Kumbhalgarh sanctuary, the mixed dense deciduous forest converted into dense forest, and dense forest because of the disturbance converting into the open scrub forest. And that kind of triode give local biodiversity, flora and fauna in getting survival. So to add changes, we need to collect information from various sources, from various disciplines, and then we can address that these kind of copicing and tree harvesting or ground cover changing, supporting langurs or avian species or any of the herd, because this change is definitely not affecting the leopard and panther, the carnivore of that particular area. Similarly, the meteorological information, climate scientists can help. When he saw my data, that in your data, many of your species is showing a decline in 99 and 98, and between 98 and 2000. And this is the situation when International Oscillation Index says that this was the severe drought throughout the world. If you have any kind of n number of data, n number of species, put your examples, put your data here, and you can see the change. So as soon as we have collaborated together, the 13 mammalian species demographical data shared by me and meteorological data from my fellow scientist, Professor Govt, and we can see that this is the same era where the species numbers are declining because of the rain. So water is the key factor. Whatever we talk about, any of the hunting, poaching, this and that, that can be a minute or area-specific problem. But this is a worldwide phenomenon. And you won't able to address this because these climate scientists don't have wildlife data with him. And me as a wildlife biologist, I don't have this climate index and oscillation index with me. So if you collaborate together, you can come out with a very good findings, very good data which has been published and accepted by government. And then, so as and when the rainfall go down, what kind of ground reality need to be addressed? You can address very precisely. So these are the number of species declining, and you can see there is a definite decline in all the species across carnivore family. And these are the data. So I don't go into detail. So the species living in core area or on the edge, their numbers are increasing. Because as one of the satellite images showing that agricultural landscape is multiplying many folds. So these animals, these species, whether it is blue bull, langur, sloth bear, they are approaching towards the crop field. And with their number, leopard and hyena number are also increasing. So this is an individual species. If any species showing the increase in their number because of the human subsidy, because of the food from the forest department, from the cultivated area. Blue bulls numbers are increasing because they are access to the crop fields. So the species living in core area, their numbers are decreasing because in core area many parts the lantana and prosopis is increasing. This is maintained. The exotic plant species depleting the natural resource of that particular area, and that affects certain species. This prosopis have no value other than food. So we need to check ground reality. You need to check with the satellite. We need to check with the people. We need to check with different stakeholders. And then this multidisciplinary approach can come out with the information that these are the ground changes we need to understand and address. Leopards numbers are constantly increasing because they can grab langurs, they can take wild boars since they were dependent. But definitely the numbers of wolves is decreasing because where the leopards numbers are increasing, the species competition, their numbers has been decreased almost 50%. Gazelles number has been decreased because they are not visiting crop fields. So this climate information or multidisciplinary approach gives us a very good information and very good eye-opening data. Similar thing with the avian species, we can do some GIS work and we can collaborate with any other institutes, and we did that. So as a wildlifer, if you are approaching or addressing any issue of the species, you can talk about the species, their behavior, their feeding, their dietary composition, their mating behavior, their home range, their territory. But you don't address the issue how their survival is ensured by the local people. How this human subsidy every morning and evening come to these monkeys. We need to address that also. Otherwise, you are approaching in a wrong direction. With half information, you are knowing with the half facts. So if they are fed by the apples, and it's not in a 1 rupees, 2 rupees business. If you take any example of Galta or Jodhpur, people are giving subsidy to these langurs and supplementary food to these langurs, monkeys in crores. And that is their basis of survival. When we share this data with the climate thing, that Kumbargarh wildlife langur can be affected and they can sustain in a serious drought compared to the Jodhpur langur, which are more susceptible and more adaptive to the humans, and their survival chances are much higher than the wild animal langurs. So, if we summarize the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, I cannot be expert of all the disciplines. You must keep in this mind. We need to approach, and if there is a training, if there is a workshop, there is a seminar, I can join for a week or for 15 days or month. But I cannot go for the courses of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years for GIS and for toxicological training and all. So better to collaborate with the people and make some joint proposals. And this is what we did. And I clearly give my own example from 94 onwards till date, we are doing some collaborative research. And present work is also engaged with different agencies and different collaboration and multidisciplinary approaches. And our collaborators are West Virginia University in USA, Ohio State University, University of Arizona, National Institute of Health USA, Wildlife Conservation Society USA, Albert Einstein College in New York is also one of our collaborators for this retrovirological study and approaches. So as an academician, we cannot change the policy at present. We cannot go for another degree or courses or interdisciplinary approach. So better the person who is trained in that subject collaborate with him. Otherwise, you are not going to do much in a interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. So still our future planning is to map the malaria in Rajasthan, in Indira Gandhi camp. For that we are collaborating with West Virginia University and Wildlife Conservation Society. In absence of proper collaboration, I just put this slide very intentionally. In absence of any collaborative or multidisciplinary approach, for example, this wildlife and toxicological issue is still pending in my life. I yet not able to come out with a good toxicologist, but now fortunate enough to met Dr. Mamta in this workshop and in this continuous seminar series. So definitely we will be working together because I can collect the sample, I can give the demography of wildlife, but what to do with this toxicology, how to examine the toxicology of this water. And for that matter, if you are not able to find any good collaborator or good expert or interdisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary approach, the issues will remains as pending as it was. So this was a very old study in 2013. Industrial area waste killing the wildlife. And that study has been given to some of the scientific journals and some of the English newspapers. But moral of this issue or this slide to share here, if you are not approaching in a multidisciplinary way, your researches are still pending. So since last 10 years, this issue is still pending in my research list. So I am definitely looking for an opportunity to collaborate with some good toxicological lab, and definitely we can address this issue in the coming future. Thank you so much to Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, and a special thanks to the organizing secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma, and patron of this symposium, Dr. for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Any questions? Please raise your hand if any questions. Kumar, unmuted. That was long back. I can just see appreciations and amazing compliments for you, Dr. Changani. Such beautiful compliments. So no more questions. So Dr. Changani, I extend my apologies. I cannot sum up your lecture. It was too exhaustive for me to sum up. It was an amazing lecture. But if I'll try to sum up, I don't think I'll be able to do it. So just a formal thanks to you that I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time from your busy schedule and be with us for delivering a special lecture in ISMSE-2022 on multidisciplinary aspects in environmental education. You said NEP20 has multidisciplinary approach and skill development as a part of it. Yeah, it is the need of the time. You said everyone should be educated with environmental studies so that they can contribute in the environment protection. That's very true. Your presence and wise words help to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people out here, including me. This shows your command and devotion towards the subject. Thank you so much for sharing beautiful pictures and wonderful slides, which are very beautiful and self-explanatory. We are getting so many messages in the chat box. You can also read that people and delegates, they want your slides to be shared with them. So do share with us so that you can share with our delegates. Thank you so much for your presence. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So now it's time for our fourth keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Raj Rishi Govt, Professor, Department of IT, University of Technology and Applied Science, Ibri, Sultanate of Oman. Dr. Selva Raju has a teaching experience of over 21 years, and 76 candidates have successfully completed their MPhil degree under his guidance to various universities in Tamil Nadu. He has published more than 15 articles in reputed international journals and he is in the editorial board of more than 10 reputed international journals. Dr. Selva Raju has published 3 Indian patents and 1 Australian patent. He has acted as a resource person and delivered special talks in more than 50 international conferences, faculty development programs, and webinars organized by various institutions in India and Oman. He has also acted as an advisory in the advisory committee and reviewer for more than 10 international conferences organized by different institutions in India and Oman. He has further acted as a chairman and member of Board of Studies and PhD thesis evaluation in various universities. He has received Best Teacher Award for Vivekananda College of Arts and Science for Women during the year 2002-2003. Best Employee of the Month from Ibri College of Technology. Appreciation for the efficient management of student registration from the Ibri College of Technology. Best Employee of the Year from the Ibri College of Technology for the academic year 17-18, and Appreciation Certificate from University of Technology and Applied Science, Ibri, for the academic year 2021. That's amazing CV. I must congratulate you, Dr. Selva Raju. The session would be chaired by Professor Dr. Ruchi Sharma, who is currently working as a professor and director in Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. She has a work experience of 20 years in the field of education, corporate and social work with national as well as international voluntary organizations. Professor Ruchi Sharma has completed her post-graduation in social work, sociology, psychology with PGDHRD, PGDDM, IMA, and honors diploma in computers. She has done PhD in sociology from Barkatullah University, Bhopal. She has published research papers in reputed national and international journals and presented papers in conferences. Her research interest areas are sustainable development, social cohesion, sociology of youth, organizational culture. Her recent publication includes Strategic Framework, a roadmap for the community's adaptations and resilience in constrained environment, a research paper published by Springer Nature 2021. Shifting paradigms in human resource management while striving for the service excellence in the tourism industry, published by Springer Nature, Switzerland in 2021. So I welcome both of you here, and I would request Dr. Selva Raju to start with his keynote address. The stage is all yours. Dr. Selva Raju, please go ahead. Unmute. Dr. Selva Raju, please unmute yourself. We have given you the. We have given you the permission. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. है? तुम बात करो, मेरे को unmute करो.
Sir, I think you have unmuted yourself, but your voice is not coming, sir.
Hello, now am I audible?
Yes. This is Alwar. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir, now you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your warm welcome. And it's my pleasure to deliver, share my knowledges with this seminar organized by Raj Rishi. Actually, I'm getting admit notifications. I would like to thank Dr. Mamta, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Hekam Singh, Principal of Raj Rishi College, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my knowledges in this multidisciplinary approach towards science and education international seminar organized by Raj Rishi College. My screen is visible, ma'am?
No.
I already shared, but I don't know what is the problem here.
तुम मंगवा लो अगर स्लाइड्स यहाँ से चला देंगे.
Sir, you can share your
Yes,
slides
ma'am.
with us on the mail and
Yeah,
we can
it's
present it.
it's
for you.
happening.
Okay, now it's presenting. All you have to do is click on the PowerPoint button at the bottom. Yeah, now we can see your slides, sir. And you can start the slideshow.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. So I'm going to share my knowledge on data visualization techniques using Python. Why we need data visualization? You know, researchers are doing many kind of research, but they fail to present in an effective way. It leads to create lot of problems. That's why I just opted this topic to present to all the participants to utilize this to use how visualize your data. Data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. You can represent your data in a graphical way. It can be easy to understand. Instead of keeping so much paragraphs or text, people can easily understand what data we are going to represent. Data visualization turns data into images that nearly anyone can understand, making them invaluable for explaining the significance of digits to people who are more visually oriented. It's quite nature. When you represent anything in numbers or text as a paragraph, it is very difficult to read and understand. If you show something as a picture, everybody can understand easily what you want to represent. We need data visualization because a visual summary of information makes it easier to identify patterns and trends than looking through thousands of rows on a spreadsheet. It is the way the human brain works. Charts and graphs make communicating data finding easier, even if you can identify the patterns without them. Obviously it's true. The patterns can be identified easily with the help of pictures compared with your numeric values or a paragraph of text. Data visualization positively affects an organization's decision-making process with interactive visual representations of data. Businesses can now recognize patterns more quickly because they can interpret data in graphical or pictorial form. So since the data will be represented in pictorial form, people can easily understand what we are going to represent. There are some sample visualized data which I have represented to show just how it looks like. History of pandemics during COVID situation, this report is generated. And the year in news, this is like some mountain details, and this is also some population, US population details, like different kinds of graphs or charts we can represent, we can prepare with the help of Python. There are different types of visualization techniques. You can represent it by charts, tables, graphs, map, infographics, or dashboards. For that, we have several open source tools are available. Zoho Analytics, Databox, even most of the researchers, I came to know that they are using these kind of even paid resources also. Tableau, Infogram, chart blocks, data wrapper, Plotly, Visually. All these tools will help you to prepare effective visualization efforts like very good charts and graphs. For that, you need to pay something because this is actually paid. Now, I just would like to share something in Python, how we are going to visualize our data. In Python, there are huge number of libraries. Everything you can do. If you want to develop networking applications, yes. If you want to develop web applications or normal application or GUI application, whatever you want, you can able to develop. Even if time permits, I can share some programs. We can even see the population of country or the borders of countries. Every country we have some module. If you import that module, we can able to see the details of a particular country, any country which you have chosen. Now I'm going to take only two libraries, which is called as Numpy and Pandas. This Numpy and Pandas are famous library in Python, which allows you to develop some kind of mathematical applications like Numpy for scientific computing, general purpose array processing package. You can do all mathematical calculations here easily. And Pandas take data as a CSV file. With this CSV file, it will analyze, it will create one-dimensional or two-dimensional table, whatever you want, or multiple columns. With the help of these data, you can able to generate any kind of images like graph or chart, whatever you want, you can generate. There are some other libraries also available. Matplotlib, it is only for data visualization purpose. Matplotlib, it is particularly for data visualization purpose. And Skykleton, it's a feature of machine learning algorithm. So you can develop machine learning application with the help of Skykleton. TensorFlow is an AI library. You can develop artificial intelligence applications with the help of this TensorFlow. Django is another built-in library which is for high-level Python web framework. You can develop web applications with the help of Django. Now I'm going to talk about only visualization, how we are going to generate graphs with the help of Python. Okay, so data visualization, we can use Matplotlib in Python to generate these kind of graphs also. I believe that the visualization is one of the most powerful means of achieving personal goals. Yes, if everything visualized properly, you can get success. As I told you before, I'm going to use Matplotlib. It is a built-in package which helps to generate different kinds of graphs like bar graph, histogram, scatter plot, area plot, pie chart, whatever you want, you can create. I'll just share some of the examples with the simple code how you can generate the graphs. So this is actually a kind of pie graph, pie plot graph from Matplotlib. This is actually simple code. With this code, you can able to generate the graph. No need, even those who are not familiar with Python programming, they can able to do if they understand this. From Matplotlib, this is built-in library. I'm going to import PyPlot. PyPlot is a built-in package which is imported in my program. I have taken some sample data, cities, number of corona cases. I'm going to draw graph against city, each city, how many number of corona cases are there. Just if you want to keep any title, PLT, whatever name we used here, PLT.title, which will display in the title of the graph. PLT.title is corona cases in Indian cities. PLT.x label, which represents the X label value, city. I just want to specify it is city. And Y label is cases. Just Y label. Very simple options. And plot is a function which will generate the plot. And in which I'm going to pass two arguments, city, cases. So it will draw a graph against the value city and cases. These are the two arguments I'm passing. It will draw. So in New Delhi, how many number of corona cases? In New Delhi, around 75,000. And in Chennai, how many cases? We have 65,231. In Hyderabad, we have 19,000. So 19,000 here it is. And in Mumbai, we have 85,000. Just like very simple, even if you don't want to specify any x-axis Y label, just you can have this data and you can plot by passing these data as arguments, city, cases, city, cases. It will draw graph against the city and case values. At the end, you need to show, to visualize the graph, plt.show. That's it, very simple graph, matplotlib graph I can able to generate. Same like I can generate different kinds of graphs. Here it is, multiple plots. Here, matplotlib, same matplotlib I'm using. Month, gold price, petrol price, ticket price. I have taken 4 values. I just want to have the information in every month. What is the gold price value? What is the petrol price value? What is the air ticket price value? So in the month of January, 16.5 Omani Riyal is gold price. 12.5 Omani Riyal is petrol price. Air ticket price is 67 Riyal. These are the 3 different values I'm going to consider to draw this graph. Again, same title. If you want, you can use title, gold, petrol, ticket rates. X label, whatever you want to specify. I want to specify the month values. All the values in the month will be displayed as x-axis. So here you see in the x-axis, the month values will display. And in Y label, I just want to display the text price and amount. Price and amount will be in the y-axis. I'm going to draw the graph. Now 3 different plots I'm going to draw. 1, number 2, number 3. 3 plots are there. First plot, I draw against month value and petrol price. Month, petrol price, which represent in black color. These are the optional. If you want to specify, it will represent in the same color. Otherwise, it will take the default color. So the last one is in the black color. This is the black color. It draw against the each month what is the cost of petrol price. The second one, I just want to draw each month what is the gold price. So that is, I did not mention any color. It takes by default blue color. Like very simple to draw graph by using Python. And the third one, I draw ticket price. Color is green. See, this line is green color. and marker equal to O. If you represent marker O, each value should be marked with the circle symbol. If you represent the letter O here, it will just each value represented in the mark circle. Line style, dashed line. So it will be represented in the dashed line. Like how you want to show your graphs, accordingly you can able to draw. At the end, we have to see show. It's very simple to draw graphs. I mean different kinds of graphs in Python with the simple code. Even for other departments, like those who are working with zoology or any other departments, they can able to show their results effectively with the simple codes. Not even those who don't have programming knowledge, they can able to easily generate these kind of graphs. Next, I'm going to draw ggplot. ggplot. For that, I have to use style.use ggplot. Subject here, I'm taking subject as one value, that is x-axis subject, and I take 2 marks, midterm and final marks. Each subject, what is the midterm marks and what is the final exam marks. Now I'm going to draw 2 plots. First plot is against the subject and the midterm marks. In Java, the students scored 15 marks. In C++, 18 marks. So first one is subject and mid mark. Line width equal to 4. I can represent thickness of the line width, how much thick I want. The next plot is subject comma final mark, second information, final marks. Here I mentioned color equal to Y. It will draw with the yellow color line. Even if I mention line with blue color, it will draw with blue color. I can use either only first letter or the complete text, blue, yellow, green, like whatever I want, I can use. Same here, title. It is the title of the graph, marks information. Y label is marks. So this is the Y label marks, and the X label subject. This is your X label subject. And finally, I want to show this. This X label, Y label, you can mark it either before or after. But the thing, you need the data, whatever data you are going to use to draw your graph, and this plot. Plot is more important to draw. The rest all optional. Title, if you want title, you can keep that. If you want to specify the X label value, you can specify. But finally, it should be represented as show. It will show the graph to the user. Like I can make bar chart. Data equal to, and just read the data from the CSV file. I have an Excel sheet CSV file. I'm going to read pd.read CSV, student staff.csv. This is my file name. So it's not necessary that you can keep all the data in your program. Sometimes if you have a huge amount of information, it is very difficult to type everything inside the program. You can just keep your data in Excel sheet and upload those Excel sheet here in Python. Just uploading is easy. PD is the Panda class object. It is a built-in package. Panda class object PD. PD.read CSV. If you want to read Excel file, you can use Excel. Now I want to read CSV file. I'm using CSV. So it will read the data from this CSV file and it holds the data. I can use this data now to draw the graph. Title, Government Arts College. X label, year. In the X, this is the title and this is the year. X label. Y label value is student and staff. This is Y label. And I'm going to draw bar graph here, bar. Okay, the first, there are 2 graphs, 2 bars here. Data dot year. Data is the name which I'm using here. It consists of all the columns available in this Excel sheet. Year, students, staff. These are the columns in my Excel sheet. So how I can access these columns? Data, this object name, dot this column name. So data dot year and data dot student. I'm going to draw in each year how many students are there in this college. And I mentioned width equal to 0.5, color equal to green. So students' data represented with green color here. Then another bar I just draw here, data dot year. Same, against year, I'm going to draw how many staff members are there in each year. So against year and staff, I just draw the next graph, which is represented in yellow, red color, or represents red. So number of staffs are represented with red color, number of students are represented with green color. And finally, I have to show this. Like any kind of graphs you want. See, in one graph, one image, I can draw multiple graphs. Graph 1, graph 2. So how I can draw? I can use same data. I read the data from this file, and the title I just mentioned. What is the title? This is the title of the graph. In this graph, I can keep two charts. How? Chart 1, chart 2. This is figure 1, figure 1. Figure 1 dot add subplot of 1, 2, 1. In one, first row, first one row, two columns. One row, two columns, first. And this is one row, two columns, second one. So actually the first two arguments, I mean, first two digit represents how many rows, how many columns. I have only one row because I'm going to add one item here, one item. But I have two columns. This is one column, this is another column. The second data represents number of columns. Third data represents this figure is placed in which place? First part. So this part, I am going to insert this figure 1. Figure 1 dot add the same figure, because this is figure 1. Figure 1. In this figure 1, I am going to add chart 1, chart 2. Then chart 2 will be added in the second place, number 2. This side, this is number 2, this is number 1. Then chart 1, you can fix separate X label, Y label for chart 1, chart 2 separately. Chart 1 X label is year students. Chart 2 X label is year staff. And how I can draw chart 1 dot, this is bar chart, bar of data dot year, data dot students. It should be represented in red color. Then chart 2 also, chart 2 dot bar, data dot year, staff, pink color. So the second one is in pink color. Finally, you should show, like you can draw not only 2, you can able to draw 4 also. See, I can make here 1, number 2 this, number 3 this, number 4 this. But I draw only 2 rows. Now see, this is first row, this is second row, row number 1, row number 2. This is column number 1, column number 2. So the first argument represents how many rows? 2 rows. And the second one represents 2 columns. In this first, the first place, I draw this first image. And second row, second place, I draw this image. If I mention 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, it will draw here. Like that, you can specify its position, which position you are going to place the graph. Actually, this is for this graph. This graph actually it consists of 2 columns. Sorry, 2 rows. First row, second row, and only 1 column. So 2 rows, 1 column. In the first place, I just draw this. And in the second place, I draw this graph. Like that, you have to mention even 4, 8, 6. How many you want, you can able to draw. For this graph, 2, 2, 1. 2 rows, 2 columns. In this first one, this is the first one. This is the second one. This is third one, fourth one. So 2 row, 2 column. Fourth one, I draw the second graph. So this place and this place, I kept blank because there is no graph. If you want to draw any graph, I mean 4 graphs also, you can draw multiple graphs in one page. Next, import, same thing, you can draw pie graph, pie chart. For that, you have to use the keyword pie. for bar chart, whatever you want, you can. So this also read data from the CSV file. I keep the title government.college, plt.figure 1, figure size. This size also I can specify 10,7. What is the width and height? Then pi, which data I'm going to use in each year, how many students are there. So in each year, how many students are there, it will draw the graph here. Like any kind of graphs I can draw, as well as I can able to save the graphs in some name. In some name I can save it. I can use this picture. See, I just save this as salemcollege.pdf. That PDF file will be available here, and I can use this PDF anywhere. I can even share with anybody. So how I can save this figure? But to save this figure, see, first result equal to, I'm just willing to save it as a PDF page. And what is the file name? You have to give this file name. So if you save this figure, result this name, whatever name you used here, save figure, it will be saved with this name. Same, others are same, how we draw the graph as usual. But only thing, you have to use which file, whether it is PDF file or Word file, whatever file format you, or image file, whatever you want to use, you can choose the function name accordingly. And this name, whatever name you used here, result.save figure, which will be saved. After that, you must close that file. File name dot close, it will be closed. This is what I want to inform you. And here I will just show some, if time permits, I will just demo some of the graphs which I have already created, because if I execute now, it may take more time. Since there is a heavy wind, I think there are some internet issues. Yes. So I just imported all these library files. Import pandas, import numpy, import matplotlib, import cborn. These are the libraries are allowed us to create these kind of graphs. You can just see, I just take some x values and y values I have calculated, and I just plot the graph by using x and y values. By using x and y values, I just draw the plots. See, this is a very simple graph. Line graph, it draw. Even I can mention any kind of argument, line thickness or multiple lines if I want, I can able to draw. With the different colors I mentioned, for blue you can use either B or blue. Green G, red or cyan C. There are a huge number of colors supported by Python. You can use any colors. Like, see, this is another graph with this, which is created with the probability density function values. You can use these mathematical calculations also to draw your graphs, to draw multiple graphs, multiple lines. And this is a grid graph. And you can also put labels, what this red line represents, what this green line represents, with the help of annotate. Annotate will represent second curve. And this red color I did not mention annotate, so it will not print. Also, you have the option called legend, which this legend, we have multiple options here, lower left. So the legend will display here in the lower left side. If you use lower right, it will display this side. If I use upper left, it will display here. Upper right, this will display here. Like that, I can change the value, because here I'm using lower left, so it display here. If I change this to upper right, so I think I have to execute something before, because these codes are not executed. Each and every code is related with each other. Since the codes are not executed, it will not be run. See, now the graph. Like, see, now I display this of this legend at upper right corner of my graph. Like there, see, there are different symbols. I told you, when you use O, it will display in circle, like circle here, or capital P. If you use R capital P, this will display in this symbol. And G to the power, this will display in other symbols. Like we have many options, many different kinds of graphs you can generate with different designs, different colors. This is a pie chart again. So I draw pie chart. If I want to emphasize some data, I can use explode. See, I put 0 for all data. Only the highest value I just emphasize with 0.2. It is just deviated. This is the highest value. And this Arabic is the least value. This also I differentiated. With graph, we can identify easily which is the highest value, which is the least value. Like I draw even bar graphs, each bar with the different colors. See, this is scatter plot, scatter diagram based on some different population details, in which place there are more population or less population. Accordingly, you can draw. I shown, right, multiple graphs you can draw in one picture. So here I draw 4 graphs. 4 graphs. I mentioned 2 rows, 2 columns. This is the first graph. This is the second graph, third graph, fourth graph. So I draw 4 graphs here. Like many things, I uploaded some files. I can go ahead with many things, but I think there is time up. The schedule is for valedictory function. You can draw any kind of graphs with the help of Python. So here with this, I would like to summarize. Python will allow you to create any kind of graphs based on your research work you can able to generate. And it is open source software. Anyone can download from internet and you can install in your computer, you can use it. There are huge number of editors also supported Python. We are using Anaconda Navigator in that Jupyter notebook to develop our programs. It's up to you, your wish, which is convenient to you or comfortable to you. You can use it. See, I can just upload an Excel sheet. And even there are many things I can do with the data manipulation in pandas. So hopefully I just can give some kind of inputs to the researchers who can able to develop, explore their results in an effective way. If you have any doubt, you can ask now, or you can able to contact through my mail I have given already at the beginning of my slide. Regarding this visualization techniques, I can help anybody, any research work you want to generate report, I'm sure I can help. Yes, you can have any question if you have. Dr. Mamta? Any
Yes,
organizing member?
Raju, it was a wonderful presentation. Any questions? Please raise your hand if any questions you have. But I can see a lot of appreciation for you, Dr. Selvaraj. You can see in the chat box that people are so impressed with your presentation. So I would request Dr. Ruchi Sharma, chairperson of the event, to sum up the session. Ma'am, stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta Sharma. Let me congratulate Dr. Selvaraju. That was such a wonderful presentation, and focusing on, especially when we are talking about data visualization, it is required in all the subjects. It is not just related to science, it is also related to social science also. So the way you have explained as how very clearly it is visible to everyone, and everyone can understand that programming, understanding of programming language is important, but without that also, if we know the small steps, we will be able to do it. Where you have explained it in such a, in a very simple way and in a very easy way, for a person who is not aware about the programming language will be able to just look for it and can do for it. And as the title of the international seminar was about multidisciplinary approaches to science and education, the guidance from the teachers is really required, and the people like you, those who are, are expert in these fields, shedding the lights on the different aspects of the topic, is really praiseworthy. And for high quality multidisciplinary teaching, the teachers need to develop a multidisciplinary understanding. So data visualization, as I earlier told you, that it is not just limited to one subject, but in each and every subject it is required. And it is also helpful for the people who see the charts, who see the visualization of the that particular data, for them to understand what the research want to say, what the data wants to tell. And it is very easy for the common man also to understand the research output. So once again, thank you so much for enlightening everyone with your very effective presentation. And in a very easy way, in a very simple way, you have decoded the word or the word of the programming language Python for using using it as a data visualization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your appreciation, and thanks to all the participants for your patient listening. Thanks to Dr. Mamta for invitation.
And Dr. Sharma, and I take this opportunity that it was so nice to have you with us. It's a pleasure that you all are with us, and we are able to do something good in the science and technology. Basically, I'm from life sciences, so for me, seeing the Python making graph, it was a magic. So I will definitely come back to you, Dr. Selvaraju, to some time and take help from you when my students are working on the thesis. And really, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you and Dr. Sharma that you are with us. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye-bye. So we are waiting for our fifth keynote address speaker, but as of now, we are still waiting for him. So we'll wait for 5 minutes, else we'll straight away go for valedictory. Mute me.
We would like all the participants to kindly wait for 5 minutes. All the mics are off. That is why you are unable to hear any sound. We are waiting for our speaker to come. Thank you so much.
Pin me, Muskan. जूते खोलो, आवाज बहुत हो रही है. So hello everyone, I'm back again. There was a bit wait for our next keynote speaker. So with a lot of gratitude and respect, I would like to call upon Dr. Rajendra Rohit, who is working as the HOD in the Department of Zoology at Government Ugar College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. So Dr. Rohit, the stage goes to you. Please pin up Dr. Rohit. डॉक्टर पुरोहित आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. प्लीज गो अहेड. म्यूट मी. शीतल म्यूट कर देना. कर दो म्यूट. हाँ, म्यूट.
आवाज आ रही है मैम? आवाज आ रही मैडम आपको मेरी? आपको आवाज आ रही है मैडम? मैडम आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Dr. Purohit, we can hear you and we can see you very well. We can see you and we can hear you very well, Dr. Purohit.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. I am thankful, Madam Mamta ma'am. I was supposed to chair the session, but as per your request, I have to discuss something about the topic related with the theme of this seminar. I am the man of radiation biology. Here I would mention I am the National Secretary of the Indian Society for Radiation Biology. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention the Bikaner, as I have mentioned in my many speeches, Bikaner is not only famous for the rasgulla and bhujia only. Bikaner is a good center for the cancer research. You all might have heard a train from the east of Punjab, train that comes from the Hanumangarh, Galna district and from the Punjab state. Train a large number of cancer patients. They get down at Bikaner railway station. They come to the Acharya Tulsi Cancer Hospital, Bikaner. A large number of cancer patients, they are being treated with radiotherapy for the diagnosis and the treatment of the cancer. You see, after the treatment of cancer, in the same day, same evening, many cancer patients, they get admitted in the hospital, and some other patients, they go back to the Punjab or Hanumangarh of the Ganga district. Here I would like to mention what we are doing in our laboratory, in our department of zoology. We are working in the field of herbal radio protection. We procure the animals from the Hisar animal house. And what kind of research is, what is our theme of research? We want to discuss about the doctors also, if certain herbal drugs like the aloe vera, like the ambala, like the tulsi, like the moringa oleifera, recently we are working on the pycorrhiza. If some herbal drugs, herbal extracts at the precise dose, they are given to the cancer patient, they could minimize the side effect caused by the radiations. Many students are doing PhD here in our department on the mice, from the different tissues of mice like the kidney, blood, testes, intestine, particularly the jejunal part, brain, skin, and various other parts. They are what kind of parameters we are using in our laboratory, like the histopathological, like the biochemical, histochemical, and various other parameters. We have found that these herbal drugs, as I spoke in the inaugural function, that when I visited United States, I visited Japan, what I found, they are getting patent of the aloe vera, they are trying to get the patent of the America. Again, we have to go back to Ayurveda. You see, nowadays, due to various kinds of pollution, the number of cancer patients, they are increasing, which I have mentioned. Whole train is come, complete train of cancer patients come to Bikaner. So, what our plan of research? If herbal drugs are given to the cancer patient during and after radiotherapy, they could minimize side effects caused by the radiations. I will introduce certain terms here in my speech. Like, for example, the cytoplasmic degranulation we have found in many tissues, in the kidney, in the liver, and the jejunum, vacuolation, then the karyolysis, karyodexis, and like the increase and decrease of various biochemical parameters like the proteins, the cholesterol, the acid alkaline phosphatase, glycogen, DNA, RNA, all are being experiment. All kinds of the biochemical parameters are being done in our laboratory. We have found the parameters are in the form of increase or decrease. When the biochemical parameter alters, they change the histology of the particular tissue. So here I would mention we should aware the public, we should aware the people to keep yourself away from the radiation. But it is very difficult to say. One more thing here, in our project, the bigger project, we are working on the mobile phone radiation also. We are planning to arrange various kinds of camp. All the time we are busy in the mobile phones. Mobile phone radiation, they also cause various kinds of radio lesions in our body. But still, we have to go for the research whether they may lead to cancer or not. And I cannot say at this stage. But in some way or other, the mobile towers, mobile radiation, sometimes they may change our physiology of the body, which will lead to many kinds of diseases. I would request the students to use lesser use of mobiles. Unnecessary mobile use should be avoided. Keep yourself away from the radiation sources. When I invite you all speakers, delegates, scientists, we already organized 3 international conferences in Bikaner. Recently, we have organized in the month of January international conference on radiation biology. A large number of scientists, cancer scientists, data scientists from all over the globe, they attended the conference and they discussed about the various aspects of the radiation diseases, radio diseases caused by the gamma radiation. You see, when sometimes we talk about the X-ray, when we talk about the radio diagnosis, when we talk about the sonography, the CT scan, MRI, all these in one way or other, those may be lower, those may be higher. We are using the radiation. We are getting exposed with the radiation. So I would like to give a message here at this junction. Kindly ask your students to keep yourself away from the radiation, keep yourself away from the mobiles. Unnecessary use of mobiles should be avoided. I hope now the time for the well function. I thank you, Professor Mamta Sharma. Such a wonderful seminar you organized. I don't know how do you spare so much of time. A most successful seminar there. I was discussing in the college today also. I discussed with all my principal and all faculty members, and really from the core of my heart, I congratulate all the organizing committee, Mamta ma'am, Muskan, and all the principal RI College Alwar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Purohit. Actually, I can do this many things because I have advisors like you with me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Actually, with me, advisors play a very important role.
Very nice.
So
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Abhishek Mehta is in. Dr. Purohit, you have to stay back with us because we just got a call from Dr. Mehta. He is coming us to deliver the 6th keynote address because yours is now 5th one, so you have to chair that session as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, I'm here. No problem.
It's pleasure.
No problem.
So let's wait. We are just waiting for a minute to Dr. Mehta to join us. Meanwhile, I'll make you acquainted with him.
Yeah.
Now, so, hello everyone. Let me start with the 6th keynote address and the last one for the seminar. It will be delivered by Dr. Abhishek Mehta, who is an assistant professor IT. Please pin me up. Abhishek, who is a professor, assistant professor IT and computer science in Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Dr. Mehta has 9 years and 7 months of teaching experience with him. His basic qualification is BC in Computer Science from Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, MCA from Srimat Rajendra Institute of Management and Computer Applications. He has completed PhD in the field of digital image processing and natural language processing from Sabarmati University, Ahmedabad. He has received Best Research Paper Award in International Conference on Recent Advancement in Engineering and Technology, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication Association with Nirma University in June 2019. He has also received Research Excellence Award from NASA, received Teacher Innovation Award from Zero Investment Innovations for Education Initiative, Shri Aurobindo Society, Pondicherry. He has published 18 research papers in reputed and peer-reviewed national international journals, presented 73 research papers in state, national, international conferences, delivered 6 expert talks in various refresher course, orientation workshops, and conducted by universities of India and UGC. He has attended 50 plus workshops, conferences, refresher course, orientation program, training program. He has received research grant of around 1 lakh for startup Rega Clown from SSIP under GISC scheme, Gujarat government. He has received research grant for around 85,000 for a project of safety of Little Heart from SSIP GTU. He has received Outstanding Research Award, Outstanding Research Paper Award, Best Research Paper Presentation Award in international conferences, also received Faculty Research Excellence Award by Parul University. He also received Faculty Research Excellence Award from Parul University. He has presented 2 projects with Government of India. The session would be chaired by Dr. R.K. Purohit. At present, he is head of the Department of Zoology, Government Dungar College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. Dr. R.K. Purohit has been serving Government Dungar College from last 31 years in the field of teaching and research. He is expertise in the field of radiation science and published around 150 research papers in the Journal of National and International Repute. Dr. Purohit has attended around 150 international and national conferences and delivered invited lectures and chaired the sessions. He has also delivered keynote lectures in Japan and United States. He has visited Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and various other countries. Dr. Purohit has supervised 26 PhD scholars. Wow! I congratulate you, Dr. Purohit, for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Under his supervision, he has organized 1 national, 2 international conferences in the field of radiation biology. He is the recipient of many national and international awards, District Administration Award, Bharat Jyoti Award, Best Citizen of India Award, Rajiv Gandhi Excellent Award, ISHEER Award, and Who's Who Award from USA. He is the life member of many national and international societies. Presently, Dr. Purohit is holding the post of National Secretary of Indian Society of Radiation Biology. He also looks after media and legal cell of the Dungar College. So, is Dr. Mehta is online? Great to see you, Dr. Abhishek Mehta. I welcome you all on the behalf of all of us, and I would request you to kindly start with your keynote address. Please pin up Dr. Abhishek Mehta.
Yeah, now my voice
Dr.
is
Mehta?
audible.
Yeah,
Yes,
very
yes.
much. आपका स्वागत अभिनंदन.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome, welcome, Dr. Abhishek.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, shall I start?
Yeah, please start, sir. Please start.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, once again, thank you very much to the team of Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, Rajasthan, to organize such a type of seminar. It is actually useful to all the participants, as this institute and the team are going very great. From last 1 month, I observed that they are organizing such a type of seminars. Even they are organizing the STTPs. So first of all, I would like to thank you. Seminar is on multidisciplinary approach toward the science and education. So first of all, the science and the education, with this, nowadays there are many technologies are available. The technology, it is actually useful for the education. And for this, such a type of technology, here today, myself, Dr. Abhishek Mehta, I presenting one topic today. The name of the topic is natural language processing and its application. So here I share my screen with you, all of you. So hope my screen is visible at your end. Yeah, my screen is visible. Okay. So today's topic is, it is related to the science and education. I also included some technology prospects over here because it is a multidisciplinary. That's why. So the first one is, what is the natural language processing? So the natural language processing, that is the one field of intelligence in which the computers analyze and understand the derives meaning from the human language in a smart and useful way. So when we all are going through the OCR, that is optical character recognition. So that OCR type of application, that is called as a natural language processing. So such a type of natural language processing, it is under the field of AI nowadays. And it is derived from the human language. As I developed one algorithm, I developed one application that is based on the NLP. That is basically in the Hindi language. So the developer can organize the structured knowledge to perform the tasks such as automatic summarization, translation, named entity recognition, relationship extraction, sentiment analysis, speech recognition, and topic segmentation, right? So these all are the fields of natural language processing. And natural language processing is actually used nowadays to save the environment also. The technology is also used to save the environment. With this, we need to include the AI concept. We need to include the sentiment analysis concept. We need to include the summarization concept. Also, we need to include such a type of technology, that technology actually change our environment and save our environment. So the application of NLP, it is the one sign language. It is mainly used for communication for defender. So in the prospects of education, one of my question to all participants, when we all people are suffering in the COVID-19 situation, at the same time, we all teachers are teaching students online, right? But what about such a kind of students that students are deaf and dumb, even they are not speaking? So for that such a kind of students, where is the online teaching for the deaf and dumb? So the sign language is mainly used for communication for deaf and dumb. And in this one particular topic, in this one particular title, we propose the one design to initial implementation of a robust system which can actually useful to translate voice into text and text into sign language and emission to caption. So when we all are teaching to the students online, so the different term students, whatever the language that they are speaking, it is converted into sign language and it is displayed as a caption in the one particular system. It is displayed on the system. So the application, just a wait for a while. Yeah. So in the application of NLP, sign language translation systems will be significantly improve the deaf lives, especially the communication, exchange the information, and employment of machines that translate and conversations from the one language to another language. And therefore, it is considering this point, it seems necessary to study the speech recognition. And usually, the voice recognition algorithm is address three major challenges. First one is the system able to identify the tones, system able to identify the challenges to feature extracting from the speech. The second is when it is limited sound gallery are available for the recognition. And the final challenge is to improve the speaker dependent to the speaker and independent voice recognition. So when I want to recognize my voice, there are many kind of challenges are there. The challenges is actually useful. The challenges is overcome this all such a type of problems for the deaf and dumb people in the era of education only. So here I proposed one technology that supported to the solution to bridge the resource gap among the people with the hearing loss. Those people who are deaf and dumb, those students who are deaf and dumb. For such a kind of people, this technology is supported. And the system is built around the database of 3D generated sign. So when the teacher is going to teach students online, they are giving education to the deaf and dumb students online. So that 3D generated avatar and 3D generated sign, it is displayed as a caption on the screen. So the audio content of the video, and then it is sent to the NLP module, which has a subject, object, and verb rule based on the grammar, sentences, and it is converted to the format eventually. The video is overlaid with the 3D sign captions. So the system, it is for the education. So today's topic is the science and the education. So the education of deaf and dumb people, system is helpful for the deaf and dumb people. Actually, this system is very much helpful to the deaf and dumb people. And the purpose of our platform is to create an interface that serves the content from the video, but in the primary language of the heard empire community, that makes it very easy. So if I develop such a kind of system, it is very easy for the deaf and dumb people to learn online. As we people are completing, we people are registering in the different courses. We people are registering in the different FDPs, different seminars, even different STTPs. But what about the deaf and dumb people? They peoples are not understanding and not listening. Nothing. For that particular student, I developed such a kind of system. That system is actually useful for the deaf and dumb people. So when I going for the literature review, there are many types of applications are already available. The first one is a hand talk translator. That is also one application, but that application is converts the audio into Brazilian language. Only one part of the communication, that is a talking hands. That is also one application. The talking hands application, it is also for the hearing impaired people, and it promote the sign language. The sign talk, that is also one application, but it is services between the signer and the interpreter, and involves system to serve people with the hearing loss in India. So these three applications are already available nowadays. So the targeting specific environment, just wait a bit. So the targeted specific environment where not just a communication, but it is also learning can be selectively improved by imposing environmental and contextual constraints. That might be a more feasible way to develop technology-based assistance system. And for the specific environment, will limit a simple space of possible language that assisting to the deaf and dumb people. So such a kind of system, it is actually door close cutter. So such a kind of system, it is actually useful for the deaf and dumb people in the online education. So how this application is working? It is a two-way communication. So when the teacher is going to speak online, speak anything, it is interpreting, acting as a pathway between the two parties. Two-way communication. First one is a teacher, and the second one is a defender. And in this one particular system, this and human intervention in this process form a barrier to a learning communication. Automating this is, that's why the multiple attempts, but they were not comprehensive. So this such a kind of system, a system is actually useful for the deaf and dumb people to understand the sign language, to understand something in the online era, online education. This is entire workflow of the system. I can also use the YouTube link. I can also use the video file. I need to add into our laptops or in our system. I need to convert it into the one particular sign language. So here it is keywords from, there are many sign languages are there in this database, right? So when the tones are matching with the one particular data, one particular sign, it displays the caption on the video. It displays the caption on the video. So this is the entire workflow of the system. So here the first one is the information entry is there. The information entry is basically it is a sub module where input source is given to the input, and it is like the video. So when I want to put the video link, it is also possible. The second one is information processing. So see here in this diagram that I have already explained it, that if the defendant peoples are going for the online education, but for such a kind of student and for such a kind of people, there are no any systems are available to attending any online seminars, online FTPs, online STTPs, even online education. So I developed such a kind of software. That software is actually used for the defendant people in the online education. So the information entry, this is the information entry. Of one, they can insert into the one particular system. Now it is converted in the sign language. With this, the information processing and understanding. So processing and understanding is done by the NLP, natural language processing, and understanding is released on the structure of interpreted output data. And the mapping. Now what is the mapping? Mapping is the enrollment database. It is how the enrollment database, two databases, real-time database and enrollment database. Real-time database, that means whatever the teacher is speaking in the online education, and it is mapped with the enrollment database, because each and every character have the sign language. So I need to display such a kind of sign language on the caption, so the defendant people can easily understand that what the teacher is going to explain in the online classes, in the online, what the speaker is actually going to speak in the online seminar and the STTP and the FTPs. So for that, the mapping is also important, because without mapping, the system is not work. The online education is not possible for the defendant people. And interaction. And so if such a kind of system is there, so that is interaction between the system and the user and the one particular defendant people. So that is very easy to understand when I develop such a kind of system for the online education. For this component, first, may I use the YouTube links? May I use the non-YouTube video, or I can upload directly in the one particular system. Information processing module, with this, there are auto-generated captionings are there. That auto-generated captioning is used as a text form. And consequently, the L2 phase is using here, I'm using the API, that is the application programming interface. It is actually used at the programming side in the computer science. And it is done with the neural network, with the training phase. Deep neural network in the AI, artificial intelligence. These all have some training data set. They train the data set and they give the result to the one particular input values. The second one is information understanding. With that, here I'm using the analytical library. The analytical, that is natural language toolkit. That is called as. So in the natural language toolkit, verb is there, pronunciation is there. It's stored the dictionary directly in the software. So when the teacher is speaking in the online classes to the defendant students, so that library, this module is identified the verbs, even the verbs, even word, what is a tone. So each and everything that will be managed by the analytic of subject, object, verbs, and everything. So if I include the analytical library as a structure, it is actually helpful for the system. For the data collection procedure, either it's a audio, either it's a video, and it is very important that video where the user may not be familiar with the sign, but the content from the video is allowing the mapping of sign. It is the informations from the video. So it is helping with the sign education. And the captioning is help to understand that what the teacher is explaining in the online classes to the defendant students. So this is the one screenshot of that one particular system that I have developed. So in that system, the video is there at the backside, right? The teacher is teaching online to the defendant students at the backside. So whatever the teacher is telling to the students, the same sign language is displaying over here on screen, on their defendant screen, right? So now, if such a kind of system is there in the education, so if such a kind of system is there, so it is actually very helpful to the society. It is very helpful in the education. So my purpose of the today's seminar, the title is the multidisciplinary approach to science and education. So this is the multidisciplinary approach to the science and technology with their education. As in the COVID-19 pandemic, we all teachers are teaching students online very well. But at the same time, I also think about the defendants, those who are not listening, those who are not speaking. For that such a kind of student, what is the online education? Nothing. So for that such a kind of students, I developed this system for their education. So it is very helpful to the society. The next is, I have the demonstration of this one particular system, and this system is also used by the one of the school. The school is there in Surat. I shared the pictures to you. This is the pictures. A picture is worth 1,000 words. So this picture is the meeting with the defendant's school. The principal sir is there, even the trustee sir is there. So I did the meeting with all the committee members of the school, and I installed this one particular software for their education for defendant students in their school. The name of the school is Badir. This is the first image. Badir Vikas Trust, Surat, India, interactive classroom school. So when I gave this software to the school is prepared one classroom, and they given the name of the classroom is interactive classroom school. Now, so actually it is very interactive with the online education for the defendant student. So now if teacher wants to take the lecture online, teacher wants to teach the defendant students online, they need to go in that class. The teacher needs to go in that class, and it is very easy to take the lectures. It is very easy to take the subjects for the defendant education. I also have the system with the permission of organization. I share the software.
Sure, Abhishek, sure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, sir. So I also prepared the one video. Just a bit, I share my screen with you, so it is easy for everyone to show. So my video screen is visible at your end. Can anyone acknowledge, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, for example, I am a teacher, right? And this is the system. So now I'm starting the video. Don't worry. The word is don't worry. The word is don't worry. The teacher is asking, don't worry. So the same caption is displayed on the user side. That means on the defendum people, defendum student side on the screen. See, now see in the laptop screen. So this is the one data, the GIF image, it is come from the database. So one person is there, that person is doing the sign language to understand the don't worry. See, again, I'm back. Again, I'm going back. Don't worry. So when the teacher is asking something in the classes, so it is displaying the such a kind of GIF images and such a kind of avatar. It is displayed on the user screen. It is displayed on the defendum student screen. So it is very easy to understand for the student, for the defendum people. And the school are using this system, and now the education online is possible for the defendum people. I have also one more demonstration. You can go ahead with the video. Beautiful. The next word is beautiful. This is the one word. So when I am asking this beautiful word, again it displays the one avatar on the user screen. See. So if the GIF image is there, the data is coming from the GIF image. Otherwise, what happens if the data is not there in the GIF image? So the spelling of beautiful, B-E-A-U-T-I-F-U-L. So it displayed the sign language of each and every character also. See in the video screen, B, E, A, U, T, I, and L. So when I'm asking something in the online class, now the students can understand very easily in the online classes when I'm using this system. Again, I have one more example maybe. I'm fine. The next word is I'm fine. That is the next word. I'm fine. I am fine. So it's also display the GIF avatar. See, again, I'm repeating. A-U-T-I-F-U-L. Now, the next statement is I'm fine. So it displays the GIF that I'm fine on the user screen. So whatever the teacher is asking in the online classes, in the online education, so the same avatar and the same such a kind of GIF images and the sign language is displayed on the defendum student side. So this type of system I developed in the COVID-19, and the schools and their teams and the students are actually very happy for such a kind of education system. That education system is actually useful for the defendum people. So as today's title of the seminar is Science and Education, so I conclude my speech that the education is not only for the people, that people are not suffering from the problem, but the education is there for all the people, those who are in the problem. So for this, I conclude my speech over here, and thank you so much to all participants. Thank you so much to organizing team. Thank you so much to Rajendra sir. Thank you so much to Muskan ma'am to giving me such an opportunity to present something in the front of all in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. It was worth the wait. We waited a lot for you, but I believe it was worth the wait. It was amazing lecture. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Shall
Yes.
I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
You showed me a video, right? And
Yeah.
the students who are differently able. You were talking about the students who are differently able, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you say a beautiful,
Yeah.
so the something visual comes there. So
Yeah.
are those visuals are mobile or they are just standstill? A picture comes in.
Ma'am, the application is also I have developed.
Okay.
Yeah, that application is already installed in the Defendum people.
No, suppose I'm a teacher. Okay, I
Yeah.
have a student
Yeah.
at the other end, and I
Yeah.
say beautiful. So the
Yeah.
student is going to see a movie or just a picture.
No, ma'am. Whatever the caption is there, ma'am. Caption at the
Caption will
that
come.
I show you in the slide. That at the left hand side corner, it is
Yeah,
displayed the caption for the real speech.
So what that photos you were showing, what were they, those photos?
Ma'am, at the back side, the video is running.
Yes.
Based on that video, it displaying the avatar at the left hand side corner. So they can understand that what the speaker is telling in the video, because the Defendum people, they are not listening.
So you have programmed this?
Yes, ma'am.
You need a standing ovation. That is such a wonderful application. I've seen so many computer science applications, but I tell you, you are serving the humanity. Trust me. And you are serving the children of the nation, maybe of the globe. I must congratulate you because maybe I'm from life sciences, but I have a bit, I can say I'm a bit tech savvy, a bit. मतलब nothing in front of you all, because मैं life sciences से हूँ और मैं zoology पढ़ाती हूँ. But मुझे ये चीजें बहुत इंटरेस्ट करती है, तो मैं बहुत ध्यान से आपके लेक्चर को सुन रही थी, and trust me, it's wonderful. So I now move to Dr. Rajendra Purohit, who is the chairperson of the session. Sir, please go ahead and sum up the session. Dr. Rajendra Purohit.
Yeah.
Dr. Purohit.
First of all, I congratulate Dr. Mehta. Really very excellent lecture.
Excellent.
And the natural language processing, the sign language for the deaf, dumb people, really you are doing a very nice job for the welfare of the society. The speaker dependent to speaker independent and the voice recognition, I have heard your lecture carefully. All the slides I saw very carefully. The logical flow of the system was very well explained. I have gone through the whole logical system. Then how a principle, order you explain the information entry, processing, understanding, the L1 and L2 phase. I have noted down all the points. They're all explained very well. Last the videos you show the don't worry, the beautiful, excellent, marvelous. I, on the behalf of organizing committee, including my own behalf, I must congratulate you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Mamta. Mamta ma'am. Sir, because also the Deaf and Dumb Center, yesterday I went there. There are 100 students are there. Yeah. So I invite you, and then when you get chance to visit Bikaner, sure. You are most welcome. I will take you there. That's their center.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what it is. See, the science should help the mankind.
Yeah.
Science should help the mankind to live better.
Yes.
तभी विज्ञान की वैल्यू है. अगर वो जिंदगी को आसान और खूबसूरत बनाती है, तभी विज्ञान इसलिए इतना महत्वपूर्ण है. And Dr. Mehta, trust me, आप बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं.
बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक था, बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक.
Thank you so much.
So now it's time to formally thank Dr. Mehta and Dr. Purohit, keynote speaker and the chairperson. It's such a pleasure to have you all with us. And trust me, you are the people who are making this seminar a big success. Thank you so much and hope to see you again. So now we are moving to the valedictory session. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love. Enjoy it. Sai Baba said it, and it is so right when we talk in the context of science. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your creator, another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again. On the behalf of our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, and from the organizing committee, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of ICMSE 2022 happening in the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. A hearty welcome to you all. Now in the series of environmental pollution disasters or technology disaster, today we are talking about the eighth one. Fukushima nuclear disaster was a 2011 nuclear accident at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, Okuma, Fukushima, Japan. The proximate cause of the disaster was 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami that occurred on 11th March 2011. It was the most severe nuclear accident since the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. It was classified as a level 7 on the International Nuclear Event Scale, joining Chernobyl as the only other incident to receive such classification. While in 1957, explosion at Mayak facility was the second worst of the radioactivity release, the INES ranked incident by impact on population. The Chernobyl was impacting 335,000 people evacuated and Fukushima 154,000 evacuated, ranked higher than the 10,000 evacuated from the classified restricted Mayak site at the rural southern Urals. The accident was triggered by Tohoku earthquake and tsunami on Friday 11th March 2011. On detecting the earthquake, the active reactor automatically shut down their normal power generating fission reaction. Because of these shutdown and other electrical grid supply problems, the reactor electricity supply failed, and the emergency diesel generators automatically started. Critically, these were required to provide electrical power to the pumps that circulated coolant through the reactor cores. This continued circulation was vital to remove the residual decay heat, which continues to be produced after fission was ceased. However, the earthquake had also generated a tsunami 14 meters high, which is 46 feet, that arrived shortly afterwards, swept away the plant seawall, and then flooded the lower parts of the reactor. This flooding caused the failure of the emergency generators and loss of power to the circulating pumps. The resultant loss of reactor core cooling led to 3 nuclear meltdowns, 3 hydrogen explosions, and the release of radioactive contamination in the unit 1, 2, and 3 between 12 and 15th March. The spent fuel pool of previously shut down reactor 4 increased the temperature on 15th March due to the decay heat from the newly added spent fuel rods, but did not boil down sufficiently to expose the fuel. In the day after the accident, the radiation released from the atmosphere forced the government to declare an ever larger evacuation zone around the plant, culminating an evacuation zone with 20 kilometers radius. All told, some 154,000 residents evacuated from the communities surrounding the plant due to the rising off-site levels of ambient ionizing radiations caused by airborne radioactive contamination from the damaged reactors. Large amount of water contaminated with the radioactive isotope was released in the Pacific Ocean during and after the disaster. Michio Oyama, a professor of radioisotope geoscience at the Institute of Environmental Radioactivity, has estimated that 18,000 terabecquerel TBQ of radioactive cesium-137 was released in the Pacific during the accident, and in 2013, 30 gigabecquerel, that is of cesium-137, were still flowing into the ocean every day. The plant's operator has since built new walls along the coast, has created 1.5 kilometer long ice wall of the frozen earth to stop the flow of contaminated water. Imagine what we are doing to the oceans. While there was an ongoing controversy over the health effects of the disaster, in 2014, a report by the United Nations Scientific Committee on the Effects of the Atomic Radiation and the World Health Organization projected no increase in the miscarriages, stillbirth, or physical or the mental disorders in the babies born after the accident. Evacuation and sheltering to protect the public is implemented to reduce potential radiation exposures by the factor of 10, according to UNSCEAR, an ongoing intensive cleanup program to both decontaminated affected areas and decommission of the plant will take 30 to 40 years from the disaster. Plant management estimated 30 to 40 years to decontaminate and remove the plant. Question is for you. On 5th July 2012, the National Diet of Japan, Fukushima Nuclear Accident Independent Investigation Commission found that the causes of the accident had been foreseeable, and that plant operator Tokyo Electric Power Company has failed to meet the basic safety requirements such as risk assessment, preparing for containing collateral damage, and developing evacuation plans. At the meeting in Vienna, 3 months after the disaster, the International Atomic Energy Agency faulted lax oversight by the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, saying that ministry faced an inherent conflict of interest as government agency in charge of both regulating and promoting the nuclear power industry. On 12 October 2012, TEPCO admitted for the first time that it had failed to take necessary measures for fear of inviting lawsuits or protests against the nuclear plants. So I leave it to you. We need to be more cautious while we use science and technology, as a bit reluctances can kill millions and wipe off life for years or for forever. We need to learn and educate people on this. Do write your views about it to me on envtoxicol@gmail.com or Dr. Mamta at envtoxicol.com. The only way forward if we are going to improve the quality of the environment is to get everybody involved. One single person, one single country cannot save the environment, cannot educate the globe. We need a collaborative effort. We should come together, and ICMSE is a step towards that. Now it's time for the valedictory address to be given by our patron of ISMSE-2022 and the principal of RRC, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji. Something about him. This is how I explain him as a leader. A great leader has the ability to inspire actions through proper guidance and mentorship, and uses their knowledge to educate others along the way. A great leader who practices what they preach by also going the way. This means that they usually have good and strong values, and they act congruently with what they say they believe in. Showing the way implies leadership through the edification, not through micromanagement. RRC is blessed to have him as the head of the institution, and he's the driving force behind ISMSE 2022. To the brainstorm, frame, execute this entire seminar, and without his support, this program would have never happened. With a lot of gratitude and reverence, I would like to call upon the patron of ISMSE 2022 and the principal RRC Alwar, Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, to kindly grace the occasion and formally deliver the valedictory address. Sir, the stage is all yours. Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji.
आज चैत्र शुक्ला द्वादशी विक्रम संवत 2079 पूर्वा भाद्रपद नक्षत्र वृद्धि योग में आयोजित एक दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार ऑन मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच टुवर्ड साइंस एंड एजुकेशन के इस अवसर पर राजऋषि महाविद्यालय अलवर के सभागार से सर्वप्रथम तो मैं आप सभी सुधीजनों का अभिवादन करता हुआ आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आप सभी ने प्रातः 11 बजे से लेकर और अब तक इस सेमिनार में भागीदारी निभाई और संसार को बहुत कुछ दिया और हम सब ने इससे सीखा। आज के इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के हमारे प्रथम स्पीकर डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी जी, मलेशिया, जिन्होंने मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच टुवर्ड्स साइंस एंड एजुकेशन पर इस फील्ड में आज तक क्या क्या नए एडवांसमेंट हुए हैं, इसको फोकस किया, इस पर अपने महनीय विचारों से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े सुधीजनों को लाभान्वित किया। मैं डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी जी का हृदय से आभारी हूँ, उनके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूँ। आपने अपना अमूल्य समय देकर और इस मंच के माध्यम से देश और दुनिया को अपने विचारों से लाभान्वित किया। इस सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर सुधा सुखवाल श्रृंगी जी, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर RRC अलवर, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता की और अपने विचारों से जगत को लाभान्वित किया। हमारे दूसरे सत्र के स्पीकर डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार छंगानी जी, HOD एनवायरमेंटल साइंस बीकानेर, के प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच टुवर्ड स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल स्टडीज पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। आपके प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और इस सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर प्रीति गुप्ता जी, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर कोटपूतली, के प्रति भी मैं आभार और उन्हें धन्यवाद देता हूं। अगले हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर रश्मि त्यागी जी, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी रूरकी, उत्तराखंड, इंडिया, का मैं हृदय से आभारी हूं। जब हमने आपको आपके सहयोग, आपके वक्तव्य और विचारों को इस मंच के माध्यम से जगत के सामने प्रस्तुत करने के लिए प्रार्थना की, विनय की, हर बार आपने उसे स्वीकार किया और हमें अनुग्रहित किया। इतदर्थ मैडम आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। इस सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर पॉलिटिकल साइंस, बीकानेर, इंडिया का भी मैं हृदय से आभारी हूँ कि आपने बीकानेर जैसी जगह और इस समय जो तापमान है राजस्थान का बहुत हाई उस पर है, आपने अपने व्यस्तम समय में से समय निकालकर हमें अनुग्रहित किया। ये तदर्थ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शशि जी आपको। और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि जब आपको आगे हम आदेश दें या निवेदन करें तो हमारी प्रार्थना को आप स्वीकार करोगे। अब आप समझ नहीं पाओगे कि आदेशित कर रहे हैं या निवेदन कर रहे हैं, ये बात की बात है। अगले हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर हैं डॉक्टर रंजना अग्रवाल, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर जूलॉजी, कानोडिया पीजी महिला महाविद्यालय जयपुर। मैडम आपके प्रति भी हृदय से महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने व्यस्तम समय में से समय निकालकर इस मंच से जुड़े समस्त सुधीजनों को अपने विचारों से लाभान्वित किया। बहुत बहुत आभार। और इस सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर जूलॉजी, RRC अलवर, आपको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, क्योंकि आप तो इस कार्यक्रम की संयोजिका हैं, सेतु हैं, और आपको धन्यवाद के लिए मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है, पर इतना जरूर कहूँगा कि गवर्नमेंट RR कॉलेज को विश्व के मानचित्र पर अंकित आपने किया है और आप ऐसे ही करते रहें। बहुत बहुत आपका भी साधुवाद। और अगले कीनोट स्पीकर हैं हमारे डॉक्टर राजशेखरन सेल्वराजू, प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ IT, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एंड अप्लाइड साइंस, इब्री, सल्टनेट, ओमान। बड़ा हर्ष का विषय है और मुझे अपार खुशी हो रही है डॉक्टर राजशेखरन जी को सुनकर और आपकी उपस्थिति से इस मंच को लाभान्वित किया, इससे जुड़े समस्त प्रतिभागियों को लाभान्वित किया। प्रोफेसर राजशेखरन जी के प्रति पुनः मैं महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। आपने डाटा विजुअलाइजेशन टेक्निक्स यूजिंग पाइथन पर अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। बहुत बहुत आभार प्रोफेसर राजशेखरन जी। हमारे सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर रुचि शर्मा जी, प्रोफेसर एंड डायरेक्टर भोपाल, इंडिया। विदुषी डॉक्टर रुचि शर्मा जी के प्रति महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से मैं कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने व्यस्तम समय में से अपना समय निकाल कर और हमें और इस मंच से जुड़े समस्त सुधीजनों को लाभान्वित किया। बहुत बहुत आभार मैडम शर्मा जी। और अंत में हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर अभिषेक मेहता जी, आप बड़ोदरा असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर IT एंड कंप्यूटर साइंस, बड़ोदरा, गुजरात। आपका भी प्रोफेसर अभिषेक मेहता जी यंग प्रोफेसर हैं और अभी आपने पदार्पण किया है इस क्षेत्र में। मैं अत्यंत खुश हूँ कि असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर भी जिस मंच से 23 देश जुड़े हुए हैं, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जिसका नाम है, उसको यंगेस्ट प्रोफेसर संबोधित कर रहे हैं, अपने विचार रख रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर मेहता जी, आपने हमें समय दिया और नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग एंड इट्स एप्लीकेशंस पर आपने अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान दिया। इतदर बहुत बहुत आपको बधाई के साथ हमारा आभार। और इस सत्र के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर राजेंद्र पुरोहित जी बीकानेर, HOD जूलॉजी गवर्नमेंट डूमर कॉलेज बीकानेर, प्रोफेसर पुरोहित जी का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। बल्कि बीकानेर पूरे का ही आभार मुझे व्यक्त करना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि मैंने जो ये एड्रेस पढ़े हैं, बोल रहा हूँ आपके सामने, तो बीकानेर का तो बहुत योगदान है हमारे साथ। और मैं आप सबके प्रति विशेष रूप से प्रोफेसर पुरोहित जी के प्रति अपना आभार महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से व्यक्त करता हूँ, और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि भविष्य में जब भी हम पुनः आपको याद करें, आपकी कृपा हम पर इसी प्रकार बनी रहे और बनी रहेगी। बहुत बहुत आभार प्रोफेसर पुरोहित जी। इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आज 1600 रजिस्ट्रेशंस हमारे पास थे और 787 पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने इसमें हिस्सेदारी दर्शाई, अर्जित की। मैं 6 कीनोट एड्रेस हमें मिले और 7 चेयरपर्सन्स ने इसमें शिरकत की। उन्हें इस महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से, अलवर की ओर से आप सभी के प्रति हार्दिक कृतज्ञता और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, इस उम्मीद के साथ कि भविष्य में भी आपका सहयोग और आशीर्वाद हमें मिलता रहेगा। लेकिन एक बात, सुबह जब मैंने इनॉग्रल स्पीच दिया था तो विज्ञान और एजुकेशन, शिक्षा पर 2 शब्द मैंने कहे। अब ये समापन है, तो मेरे मन में एक बात है जो आप वैज्ञानिकों से मैं करना चाहूँगा। जब मैं कहीं छोटी क्लास में पढ़ता था तो मुझे याद है कि विज्ञान वरदान है या अभिशाप, इस पर निबंध लिखाया जाता था। सुबह मैंने इसी मंच से कुछ और बातें कही थी, लेकिन चूंकि समापन है, 1 दिवसीय सेमिनार है, इस विषय पर शायद दोबारा मैं आप लोगों के साथ इस विषय पर रूबरू नहीं हो पाऊंगा। तो वैज्ञानिकों से मेरा विशेष अनुरोध है कि विज्ञान वरदान ही रहे। विज्ञान को वरदान ही बनाना है, तभी विज्ञान सही मायने में शिक्षा है। मेरे सुबह के वक्तव्य को हटा दें इस समय के बाद, क्योंकि मैं अब आपसे भी छोड़ रहा हूं और इस मंच के माध्यम से विश्व के वैज्ञानिकों को, जगत के वैज्ञानिकों को सावचेत करता हुआ आह्वान कर रहा हूं, प्रार्थना कर रहा हूं कि विज्ञान को वरदान रहने दें, तभी वो विज्ञान है। अगर अभिशाप बन गया तो वो विज्ञान नहीं, ना वो शिक्षा है, उसका फिर कोई स्तर ही नहीं है। फिर तो मुझे मेरी पुरानी शिक्षा पद्धति भारतवर्ष की, जिसका मैं बालक हूँ, उसी की प्रशंसा करनी पड़ेगी। शास्त्र कहता है अति सर्वत्र वर्जयेत्। अति हमेशा वर्जित है। आपने पूरे संसार में देखा है और जैसा सुना है कि चीन की वुहान लैब से एक वायरस चला और जिसका नाम कोरोना, और जिसने सारे जगत को तबाह कर दिया। ये विज्ञान का ही चमत्कार है ना, ये विज्ञान का ही आविष्कार है ना। तो वरदान की श्रेणी में विज्ञान को खड़ा करें वैज्ञानिक, तब मानव जगत मानेगा। और दुनिया की कोई भी शिक्षा हो जो मानव कल्याण की बात नहीं करती, मानव के विनाश की बात करती है, वो शिक्षा नहीं है। ये डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह का मंतव्य है। हो सकता है लोग मेरी बातों से सहमत नहीं हो, लेकिन इस मंच से मैं ये बात कह रहा हूँ, इस प्रार्थना के साथ कि शिक्षा वही सही शिक्षा है जो मानव हित की बात करे, मानव के कल्याण की बात करे। और अगर कोई आविष्कार किया भी है, करना जरूरी भी है, तो उसकी सुरक्षा के साधन पहले ज्ञात करें वैज्ञानिक, कि अगर इस उपकरण का, इस यंत्र का, इस बम का, इसका हमने प्रयोग किया तो इसके दुष्प्रभाव को कैसे रोका जा सकता है। पहले उसका इलाज खोजो, उसके बाद उसका प्रयोग करो। इस प्रार्थना के साथ पुनः आप सभी सुधीजनों का बहुत बहुत आभार। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We value the insights and guidance you provide to all of us, and your words of encouragement keeps us motivated throughout. And your presence is in me, huh? And your presence is very, very important to us. So thank you so much, sir, for all the support and blessings you keep showering on us. Our first keynote speaker, Dr. Lekhi, said, let's aspire to inspire before we expire. He said it very correctly. Man doesn't plant a tree for himself. He plants it for the posterity. If you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If you think in terms of 10 years, plant trees. If in terms of 100 years, teach people. That was my thought when I designed ISMSE-2022. It takes generosity to discover the world through others. If you realize that you are the only one, you can open yourself up to the world by playing your role in the concert. When one man, for whatever reason, has the opportunity to lead an extraordinary life, he has no right to keep it to himself. He has to share with the humanity. So it's a time for a recap. So I would request Dr. Rashmi Tyagi for a quick recap and a feedback on ISMSE 2022. मैम आप हमारी एडवाइजर भी हैं, तो मैं आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ और कुछ शब्दों के लिए माइक आपकी तरफ मोड़ती हूँ। डॉक्टर रश्मि त्यागी, पिन मैम, पिन डॉक्टर त्यागी।
धन्यवाद। इट इज मैं जो भी कहना चाहती हूँ यही कहना चाहती हूँ। आई एम वेरी इमोशनल राइट नाउ दैट इट वाज रियली अ वंडरफुल conference and a congregation of great academicians, whether they were talking or whether they were listening. And as the topic was multidisciplinary, therefore, from the morning, I had seen that the different subjects, they were discussed. And it was a complete package in the sense that the higher education and then the school education, the entrepreneurship, the Nagasaki, that is the history, and Kalidas, and all the literary poets and storytellers, that was discussed. So I will like to say that it was multidisciplinary in real sense. And in the end, the sign language, that was also discussed. So I think I have to accept, and we also have to accept it, that the multidisciplinary approach to the education and science is the need of this decade and the coming years also. So all of us should, after listening to today's keynote speakers, and other people will decide that we are going to spread the awareness among this educational trends and the educational fraternity, that they are going to start with multidisciplinary approach. और आखिर में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि आज की इस सभा में एक फूलों का गुलदस्ता था, जैसे कि एक सुंदर से फूलों के गुलदस्ते में गुलाब का फूल होता है, सूरजमुखी का फूल होता है, कमल का फूल होता है, और तरह तरह के फूल होते हैं, और वो भी एक तरह से कहना चाहिए तो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी होता है। और तरह तरह के फ्लावर को एक साथ, नॉलेज को, अगर हम नॉलेज को फ्लावर कहें तो इस नॉलेज के फ्लावर को एक जगह एक गुलदस्ते में या एक माला में गूंथा गया। और इन सब का श्रेय हमारे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह को जाता है, और साथ में डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा को जाता है, मुस्कान को जाता है, और उनकी पूरी टीम को, जिनका मुझे नाम नहीं पता है, और आप सबको जाता है जो आप आज इसको कार्यक्रम को सुना। और मेरी यही रिक्वेस्ट है डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह से कि आप इस अपने प्रयत्न को रोकिएगा नहीं और इसको बढ़ाते ही जाइएगा और बहुत मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी बनाइएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words are so much motivating, and with this, I'm also very emotional because from 12 days and 12 nights I haven't slept because that landed so fast. तो अभी मैं यही कह रही थी कि 12 दिन नहीं है, 24 दिन है, क्योंकि 12 रातें भी मैं इसमें जागी। So thank you so much, and it's you, people like you, who kept me moving. कहीं से तो हमें कुछ मोटिवेशन चाहिए कुछ अच्छा करने के लिए, बस आपका आशीर्वाद बना रहे हम पर। Thank you so much, ma'am. Which is the biggest weapon a person has? It's not the gun, it's not the bullet, it's not TNT, it's the education. Education is the only weapon by which we can change the world. And my dear friends, I'm happy that you all are with me on this noble mission. I thank you so much. A quick recap from ISMSE-2022. 6 keynote addresses, 1 special lecture, 7 chairpersons, 1,600 registrations, 23 countries, total participants 787. What an exuberant number. So the ISMSE-2022 achieved its goal of bringing together academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants from all over the world and all over the globe together in one forum, discussing their latest findings about education and science. As Dr. Rashmi Tyagi said, it's a bunch of beautiful flowers of different colors. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Shashi Verma, who is advisor to ISMSE-2022, for the formal vote of thanks. Dr. Verma, the stage is all yours.
आप सभी का अभिवादन है, आप हार्दिक आभार है आप सभी का। इस जो भी सेमिनार से जुड़े हुए हैं, लगभग 175 के करीब लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सभी का आभार है, धन्यवाद है। धन्यवाद के इस क्रम में सबसे पहले मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी, धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी उन वैज्ञानिकों का जिन्होंने इस तकनीक को विकसित किया कि हम अपने अपने स्थानों पर, अपने घर, अपने ऑफिस में बैठे हुए हम एक दूसरे से रूबरू हो पा रहे हैं, एक दूसरे को देख पा रहे हैं, एक दूसरे के ज्ञान और विचारों की गंगा में डुबकियां लगा रहे हैं और लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं हम सभी। उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूंगी उन लोगों का जिन्होंने रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया, 1 मिनट दिया, रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया उन्होंने, इससे जुड़ने का अपनी मनसा जाहिर करी। उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूंगी कि जो लगभग 200 के करीब लोग जुड़े रहे, इससे भी ज्यादा आते जाते रहे लोग, क्योंकि सभी अपना काम कर रहे हैं, सभी अपने स्थानों पे, सभी अपना काम कर रहे हैं, ऑफिस जा रहे हैं, घरों में हैं, उसके बावजूद लोग जुड़े रहे। और विशेष तौर से मैंने देखा कि सत्यनारायण शर्मा और राजेश कुमार पांडे, सत्यनारायण शर्मा जी तो मोटरसाइकिल पर जा रहे थे, हेलमेट लगाया हुआ था और वो इस सेमिनार से जुड़े हुए थे। इस सेमिनार की सफलता की और कहानी क्या हो सकती है। राजेश कुमार जी वॉक कर रहे थे और वो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े हुए थे, बराबर सुन रहे थे। तो इस जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है, इस सेमिनार है, इसकी सफलता की बड़ी कहानी और नहीं हो सकती। उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूंगी कीनोट स्पीकर का, जिन्होंने शोध कार्य किया, अपने शोध कार्य को, अपने ज्ञान को अभिव्यक्ति दी, शब्दों में पिरोया और हम तक पहुंचाया। चेयरपर्सन जो जुड़े रहे, सारे चेयरपर्सन, और उन्होंने बराबर प्रतिभागी रहे इसके, देखा इसको, उन सभी को। और उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, जो उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के लिए एक मिसाल है, कर्मठ है, लगातार लगी रहती है। उनकी जो मेहनत है, जो रात और दिन जो वो मेहनत करती है, उसकी साक्षी मैं हूँ। इसलिए मैं बहुत जो अभी आपके सामने जो ये रूप प्रस्तुत हुआ है इस सेमिनार का, ये एक दिन का काम नहीं है। जो हम आज देख रहे हैं, इस कार्य के लिए, इस सेमिनार को हमारे सामने लाने के लिए अथक प्रयास रहा है, जो दिन और रात वो प्रयास करती हैं। उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहूंगी मुस्कान का, जो डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा का हमेशा साई के तरह साथ रहती है, हर एक कार्य में उनके साथ खड़ी रहती है, उनका साथ देती है। और उस सबसे ज्यादा मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूंगी RR कॉलेज के प्राचार्य महोदय, ओजस्वी प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह सर का, क्योंकि युद्ध तो सैनिक लड़ते हैं, लेकिन सैनिक को बल मिलता है उनके सेनाध्यक्ष से, उनके लीडर से। यदि उनको वो बल प्राप्त नहीं होगा तो सैनिक ना लड़ पाएंगे और ना जीत पाएंगे। तो सर, राजस्थान उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के लिए आप मिसाल हैं। हम सभी काश ऐसा हो कि सभी कॉलेज को ऐसा लीडर, ऐसा नेता, ऐसा प्राचार्य और ऐसी चेयर सभी को उपलब्ध हो सके कि जो इस जागरूकता को फैला सके। एक और मैं इस संदर्भ में भूल गई, मैं एक किस्सा सुनाना चाहूंगी, एक क्रांति का, एक सोच का, एक जागरूकता का, जो मुझे राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रूप सिंह बारट ने मुझे सुनाया था। कि ये 1968 की बात थी। उन्होंने ऐसा बताया, यही मुझे डेट याद है, 1968 की बात थी कि जब हम टेलीफोन क्या होता है शायद जानते भी नहीं थे, मोबाइल क्या होता है उन दिनों वो जानते भी नहीं थे। तो जो भी टेलीकॉम मिनिस्टर थे राजस्थान के, उन्होंने मंच से कहा था कि मैं चाहता हूं कि हर घर में टेलीफोन होना चाहिए। उन दिनों जबकि केवल जो जयपुर का राज परिवार था वो लंदन में अपने परिवार के लोगों से बात करने के लिए बुक कराता था कॉल, और उस बुक को कराने के बाद उन्हें बात करने में जो 2-4 मिनट की वो बात करते थे, पूरा 1 महीना लगता था। ऐसे ही सर ने मुझे बताया, पूरा 1 महीना लगता था उसको। तो जब उन्होंने ऐसा कहा तो जो टेलीकॉम विभाग के अधिकारी थे, वो सर के दोस्त थे, वो सर के साथ सुबह मॉर्निंग वॉक पर आते थे और वो सुबह भुनभुना रहे थे, बुरी तरह से कह रहे थे कि ये मिनिस्टर कुछ भी बोल देते हैं, इनको पता है कितनी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। लेकिन उन्होंने एक सोच दी, उस सोच से जागरूकता आई और उस सोच से क्रांति आई, और ऐसी ही सोच, ऐसी ही जागरूकता RR कॉलेज की टीम, सर डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा और मुस्कान फैला रहे हैं कि जो पर्यावरण को सुरक्षित रख पाएंगे, उसके लिए, स्वच्छता के लिए कार्य कर पाएंगे। तो सर, आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और हम सभी को सर ने कहा था कि सर आपका आदेश जो होगा मेरा सौभाग्य होगा, मुझे गर्व की अनुभूति होगी आपके आदेश को पाकर। तो सर, आप बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, ना केवल अलवर में, आरआर कॉलेज में, पूरे राजस्थान के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग में, भारत में और पूरे जगत में आप बहुत बड़ा कार्य कर रहे हैं। तो सर ऐसा ही आशीर्वाद, ऐसे ही साथ, ऐसे ही आप जागरूकता फैलाने में सभी का रहे, और स्पेशली ममता शर्मा का, तो ताकि वो अपना कार्य कर पाए। और सभी को मैं बार बार कहूंगी कि ऐसी टीम सभी जगह हो। हीरे तो सभी जगह होते हैं, लेकिन उनको तलाशने का कार्य जो होता है वो बहुत मुश्किल होता है। तो सर आपके कॉलेज में बहुत हीरे हैं, जिनमें ममता शर्मा का भी एक नाम है, लेकिन आपने उनको चमक प्रदान करी, ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है। धन्यवाद आपको सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Shashi Verma, for the kind words, and thank you so much. Yes, I'm a bit emotional because बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो आप जानती हैं, आप बता रही हैं। मैं आपका दिल से धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि, और मैं ऐसा मानती हूँ कि आप ऐसे ही हमारे साथ चलती रहेंगी जब तक हम चल पाएंगे। पता नहीं कब तक चल पाएंगे, कोशिशें जारी हैं।
जब तक जिंदगी है, जब तक जिंदगी है,
जब तक ये कारवां मैं चला पाऊंगी, मैं ऐसी आशा करती हूँ कि आप मेरे साथ चलेंगे।
मैं इसके साथ में कहती हूँ, एक और शब्द कहना चाहूंगी, कोशिश हमेशा आखिरी सांस तक करनी चाहिए। या तो लक्ष्य हासिल होगा या अनुभव हासिल होगा। एक और कहना चाहूंगी, सफलता की सबसे खास बात है कि वो मेहनत करने वालों पे फिदा हो जाती है। तो आप मेहनत करते रहिए, आपके ऊपर दुनिया फिदा रहेगी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Dr. Verma, for the beautiful words. Now, as the organizing secretary of the seminar, I would like to extend thanks to certain people. I would like to thank all the advisors, Dr. Rashmi Tyagi, Dr. Rajendra Purohit, Dr. Upendra Singh, and Dr. Shashi Verma, all the keynote speakers, and all the chairpersons of ISME-2022 who took out their valuable time and joined us and added glory and truckload of knowledge to ISMSE-2022. Trust me, it's all yours. You all are so renowned scientists of your field, knowledgeable academicians. It was our pleasure to work with you as a family. You all are wonderful human beings and backbone of ISMSE 2022. Thank you once again. Words are very small, but thank you from my heart is very big. I would like to thank our patron and principal, Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, who supported us in all times, starting from the inception of the idea of the ISMSE 2022 till the execution. When we were working in odd times, he ensured that he's around to support us. Dear sir, your presence motivates us and gives us strength to excel in everything that we do. Thank you once again for being a pillar of strength for all of us, and thank you for being what you are. Thank you for being you. I would like to thank Dr. Sudha Sukwal, Associate Professor at RRC Alwar, for holding our hands in all the thick and thins. We appreciate your presence among us, ma'am. You are a bliss to us. I would also like to thank someone without whom I could not even return a single word of ISMSE 2022, Program Coordinator of ISMSE 2022. My research scholar, Miss Muskan Data. Thank you, Muskan, for running with me physically from nook to corner to corner. And with my brain, while we were brainstorming to design this conference, I've been hard with you at times, but this is what mentoring is all about. I can see so much positive changes in you in last few months, so you are on the right track. Thank you for all the love and affection you keep showering on me. God bless you. Words are inadequate to thank Mr. Sheetal Gupta, who has been tirelessly working, giving us technical support without a fail for all the time. Thank you, Sheetal, for all the support. You are not only a technical support to me, you are part of us. I remember last time in one of the gloomy days when I was like very off and I was not in a good mood to conduct ISTTP1. You are the one who spoke to me and gave me strength, and we had a very good day. So thank you, Sheetal, for all your support. I would like to thank my friend who is far from me, but she is not very far from me. She is so much with me in all the hard times to hold my hand. in this ISMSE 2022, Dr. Shashi Verma, Associate Professor, Government College. You've always been there whenever I needed you. You're always there to uplift me. You're a perfect support system for me and always motivated me to give my best. Thank you so much, Shashi. I would like to thank all the delegates and participants from all over the globe and congratulate them for their contribution in making ISMSE 2022 a big success. And participating countries in ISMSE 2022, from which all these 1,600 delegates belong, are China, Tanzania, USA, Iraq, Philippines, Malaysia, Canada, Egypt, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Oman, South Africa, Libya, Uganda, Sri Lanka, Ghana, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, Bhutan, and India. And I can tell you there was a time when there was 18 countries were online. My dear friends, I would like to share 18 countries were online with 340 participants. That is the success of ISMSE 2022. I would like to thank my family who has been sparing me in the last many months from conceptualizing to execution of ISMSE 2022. I will end with a quote. We may not be able to prepare future for our children, but we can at least prepare our children for the future. So we must educate our children about the recent advances in science and give them the biggest weapon of the earth, education. So teach children, and that's the reason I gave the standing ovation to Abhishek Mehta, because he has designed a program for the differently able children who have something missing in their life, but he was supporting them with a program, with a computer. So let's make them empowered. Now I would request our patron principal to formally announce the closing of ISMSE 2022. With lot of respect and gratitude, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji to formally announce the closing of ISMSE 2022. Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji.
पुनः आप सभी सुधीजनों का आभार प्रकट करता हुआ इस उम्मीद के साथ ISTT की सेकंड 20 से 26 अप्रैल फिर हम रूबरू होंगे। इस उम्मीद के साथ आज की इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के समापन की मैं विधिवत घोषणा करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Feedback, some information about ISMSE. Feedback link is circulated in the chat box, and certificate preparation would take around 20 days because we would be starting our second program very soon. It will be sent in the WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups, so please don't leave the groups till you get your certificate. And one clarification, that certificate will be given to only those participants who have registered themselves and had filled the feedback form. Now it's time to say goodbye, the most difficult gesture after spending a fruitful day discussing latest advances in education and science. We all have become an extended community. I'm sure we at RRC Alwar would be missing you all a lot. You all are lovely people to be with you, and we will soon be meeting again in ISTTP 2, which is scheduled to be held from 28 to 26 April 2022. You will receive the certificate of participation, as I've told you, on the WhatsApp group. With this, we are reaching towards the end of ISMSE 2022. We appreciate your presence. You are the wonderful people. Me, Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary of the ISMSE 2022, our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, Coordinator, Muskan Data, and our team member, our technical support, Sheetal. We are signing off from the campus of RRC Alwar. Stay safe, stay blessed, and have a great day ahead. Take care. Bye-bye.
everybody.